Safety briefing. Stay away from windows and glass objects. If you are in elevator, please stop at the nearest elevator's landing area. Please go to assembly. You will hear this bell ringing. Do not panic. Remain calm. Immediately leave the room through emergency exit. Please follow staff instruction and proceed to assembly point on the fourth floor of the building. Tsunami. Tsunami can be detected by our sense. It is natural warning which can save your life if you're familiar with it. Feel the ground shaking around us at minimum 7 scale Richter. See unusual sea or ocean activity. Water may recede from the beach 100 until 300 meters or more. Hear the roar of the sea or ocean. Abnormal sea or ocean activity. Big waves coming fast and loud towards land. Run if you see a tsunami coming. Please follow instruction from the Hotel Evacuation Team or QRT or follow evacuation sign to assembly point on the fourth floor. Tsunami assembly point. COVID-19 protocol. Face masks must be worn in all public areas. Wash hands and use hand sanitizer on arrival and often afterwards. Check temperature upon arrival at the lobby. Maintain social distancing and no handshakes. Follow cleanliness, health, and safety protocol. Report sickness or feeling unwell to hotel staff. COVID-19 preventative measure. Wear masks. Wash hands. Maintain social distancing. Use hand sanitizer. Avoid crowds. No handshake.
Welfare, Development Planning Ministry or Bappenas. And also welcome to our valuable speakers, Prof. Ohio Omiunu from Agronomics. Welcome to Bapak Tauhid Ahmad as the Director of INDEF. And also welcome Prof. Didik J. Rahbini from INDEF, and also the keynote speech from Prime Minister of Finance, Prof. Suhazil Nazara. And the first session will discuss about crisis in Sri Lanka and the case for the distressed middle income countries. The third agenda
sebagai side meeting G20. Ya. Kemudian terima kasih tidak terhingga kepada Wakil Menteri ya, yang sudah menunggu dari tadi di Zoom room ya, Bapak Profesor Suhazil Nazara ya, yang sudah bersedia untuk memberi keynote ya, di dalam pertemuan ini. Ya. Menteri Badan Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional Republik Indonesia yang akan diwakili oleh Deputy Minister nanti akan room ya, juga teman-teman wartawan ya. We have a lot of journalists in this meeting ya, and this will be written by them. Kemudian Bapak Ibu sekalian, topik tentang solusi utang bagi negara berkembang ini sangat penting. Karena berhubungan dengan demokrasi ya, dan kontrol check and balance dalam keputusan kebijakan publik menentukan utang itu sangat penting. Dan di dalam sesi ini ada partisipan dari Kolombo yang nanti akan membicarakan juga kasus Sri Lanka. Ya. Dan mudah-mudahan kita berdoa agar Sri Lanka juga bisa menyelesaikan masalahnya dengan baik. Ya. Nah, saya juga mengucapkan terima kasih ya kepada para narasumber ya, speakers ya di sesi pertama yang saya kira menarik ya tentang kasus Sri Lanka ya, dari Verite Richard ya, Nissan Demel ya, dan ada anak buah Pak Wamen ya, yaitu Pak Febrio Kacaribu yang mungkin diwakilkan, Dr. Tauhid Ahmad Indef, kemudian from Antet ya, Stephanie Blattenberg ya. Kemudian dari Third World Network, Bhumika Muchala ya, dan moderator juga Go Chinyan ya. Begitu juga sesi 2, 3 dan seterusnya. Ini sangat menarik sekali ya. Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya ingin menjelaskan beberapa menit ya tentang utang publik ya, utang negara ya. Kalau boleh saya beberapa menit menyampaikan tentang perilaku ya, dari politisi, pemerintah, bupati, gubernur, ya, presiden, yang karakter dasar ya, secara teoritis ya, ini diambil dari teori pilihan publik ya, dari pemenang Nobel dalam bidang ekonomi James Buchanan. Pejabat politisi ini karakternya itu maximizing budget maximizer. Untuk apa? Supaya dia dipilih kembali, banyak program dan seterusnya. Nah, sementara kalau pengusaha minimizing budget, ya, supaya ada profit dan perusahaannya itu berjalan. Dan minimizing budget dikontrol oleh market mechanism. Sementara di politik, kebijakan utang itu maximizing budget hanya bisa dikontrol dengan check and balances ya, demokrasi. Tanpa kontrol itu maka tidak akan bisa. Kalau boleh kepada sahabat saya, Bapak Wakil Menteri ya, Bapak Suhazil Nazara, keputusan utang ya pada tahun 2020 ketika ada COVID ya, melebarkan defisit sangat besar menjadi 2-3 kali lipat di APBN kita. Itu karena perilaku budget maximizer ya, di mana kita tahu ekspansi sangat besar sementara efisiensi tidak diutamakan ya, dan itu kemudian meninggalkan utang yang cukup besar, dan ini perlu dikritisi ya karena ratusan bupati, wali kota, ya, ribuan anggota parlemen di pusat dan daerah, masing-masing budget ini kuat. Dan saya melihat justru dalam keadaan krisis COVID, ya, pejabat-pejabat, kemudian departemen-departemen itu melakukan satu kegiatan-kegiatan yang sangat banyak, pergi sana, pergi sini, dan seterusnya. Dan ini perlu dikritisi, ya, bahwa pemerintahan sekarang ini terlalu kuat, karena 80% dari partai-partai itu dikuasai pemerintah sehingga tidak ada check and balance di DPR. Nah, hanya media, dan inilah saya kira pentingnya untuk mengendalikan utang, ya. Saya kira sahabat saya Prof. Swazil Nazara nanti menjelaskan mungkin lebih optimis, ya, dan ada jalan keluar, ya, untuk utang yang cukup besar ini, ya. Dan kasus Sri Lanka adalah bagian dari yang kita bicarakan di sesi pertama, ya. Saya kira demikian, ya. Sekali lagi Bapak Menteri, Wakil Menteri Keuangan, ya, Republik Indonesia, Prof. Swazil Nazara, kami mengucapkan terima kasih atas kehadirannya, ya. Dan kritik saya tidak untuk mengkritik Pak Prof. Swazil, tetapi mengkritik kebijakan publik, ya. Dan itu bagian yang biasa di dalam kehidupan demokrasi. Demikian, selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you, Prof. Didik J. Rahbini, as the senior of INDEF, for the welcoming speech. And for the next speech is the keynote speech from Professor Swazil Nazara as the Vice Minister of Finance. For you, the floor is yours, Pak.
Saya bangga. Yang saya hormati, saya ingin menggunakan beberapa waktu yang diberikan ini, undangan dari INDEF, untuk menyampaikan beberapa pemikiran yang berkembang di dalam pemerintahan mengenai bagaimana penanganan COVID pandemi kita dan dalam hubungannya dengan utang. Ibu Bapak sekalian, utang selalu menjadi topik yang menarik untuk dibicarakan selama beberapa waktu terakhir di Indonesia, dan ini sebenarnya juga terjadi di seluruh dunia, tidak hanya di Indonesia. Kalau kita ingat lagi apa yang terjadi di tahun 2020 awal, yaitu terjadinya pandemi COVID. Sebenarnya waktu dimulai pandemi COVID ini, saya juga sudah melihat beberapa gerakan di dunia yang mulai membicarakan mengenai global debt. Jadi isu mengenai global debt itu mungkin 2016, 2017 sudah muncul, dan ada beberapa pemikiran bagaimana menangani global debt yang membesar di sekitar setelah terjadinya loose money policy setelah krisis 2008-2009. 2008-2009 terjadi krisis di global, di dunia, lalu kemudian ada likuiditas yang sangat-sangat ample di seluruh dunia, dan to some extent itu mendorong banyak sekali negara-negara, terutama negara-negara berkembang, apalagi di Afrika, yang juga melakukan pinjaman. Dan kemudian di sekitar tahun 2015-2016, hal ini mulai muncul karena pinjaman kalau mulai muncul di sekitar 2010, Nah, itu dia mature 5 tahun, 10 tahun. Jadi pada waktu 2016-2017 sudah ada pembicaraan global debt. Saya tidak bicara Indonesia, saya bicara mengenai dunia. Nah, kemudian ketika kita masih mencari bagaimana menangani global debt, ini di forum-forum internasional, di G20, di World Bank, di IMF, lalu kita masuk ke dalam situasi krisis, pandemi COVID. Apa yang terjadi pada saat pandemi COVID itu? Pada saat pandemi COVID itu, awal 2020, Ibu Bapak mungkin masih mengingat, kita mengatakan bahwa kita harus menangani krisis kesehatan ini. Virus harus kita tangani, namun virus itu tidak ada obatnya. Yang ada adalah vaksin, tapi vaksinnya belum ada pada waktu 2020. Sehingga pertanyaannya, bagaimana melindungi nyawa manusia? Bagaimana melindungi kesehatan manusia? Maka jawaban pada saat itu adalah berhentikan kegiatan ekonomi, berhentikan aktivitas sosial, berhentikan aktivitas interaksi antar masyarakat, antar individu. Karena itu pada awal 2020 Maret kita keluar dengan PSBB. Bekerja dari rumah, bersekolah dari rumah, beribadah dari rumah. Ini menimbulkan masalah ekonomi. Namun ini diperlukan untuk menyelamatkan nyawa manusia. Masalah ekonomi yang ditimbulkan apa? Masalah yang ditimbulkan di sisi ekonomi adalah manusia tidak berinteraksi, masyarakat tidak melakukan kegiatan ekonomi, sehingga kegiatan ekonominya turun. Ibu Bapak sekalian, kalau kegiatan ekonomi turun, di dalam bahasa ekonomi berarti konsumsi turun, investasi turun, ekspor dan impor turun. Ini terjadi di 2020. Kalau konsumsi turun, investasi turun, ekspor dan impor turun, maka government expenditure harus menjadi counter cyclical factor. Pak Didi, makanya meskipun government itu kehilangan atau mengalami penurunan pendapatan negara karena kegiatan ekonomi turun, namun belanja negaranya tidak boleh turun. Kenapa belanja negaranya tidak boleh turun? Karena kita harus melindungi masyarakat. Kita harus tetap menjalankan aktivitas ekonomi pemerintahan, melakukan aktivitas pelayanan publik, kita malah harus meningkatkan kapasitas kesehatan kita. Rumah sakit harus kita tingkatkan, puskesmas harus kita siagakan, APD harus kita beli walaupun harganya mahal. Kalau ingat pada awal-awal pandemi APD, masker dan segala macam harganya mahal sekali, namun para tenaga kesehatan kita harus kita lengkapi. Kita beli harga yang mahal tersebut, tapi diaudit dan auditnya telah dilakukan untuk 2020. Maka yang terjadi di 2020 adalah pendapatan negara turun drastis. Pendapatan negara yang berasal dari kegiatan ekonomi masyarakat turun drastis, sementara belanja harus meningkat. Kita tidak memiliki objektif budget maximizer. Pemerintah memiliki tujuan melindungi segenap bangsa dan negara dari ancaman apapun yang ada di luar dan menjalankan pelayanan publik. Karena itu, maka defisit meningkat karena pendapatannya turun, belanjanya naik. Maka defisit meningkat. Yang biasanya Indonesia itu disiplin dengan defisit di bawah 3%, maka pada tahun 2020 defisitnya menjadi sekitar 6,1%. Ibu Bapak sekalian, ini adalah respons negara. Dan tentu respons negara ini dilakukan dengan cara yang baik, dengan cara yang tata kelola yang baik untuk Indonesia, dan memang dengan dukungan politik. Kita mendapatkan dukungan dalam bentuk Perpu 1 tahun 2020 dan mendapatkan blessing dari parlemen. Ibu Bapak sekalian, keluar setelah kita mendapatkan vaksin 2021 kita memiliki vaksin, kita mulai melakukan vaksinasi, namun kita mendapatkan varian baik. Namun di tengah-tengah tahun 2021 kita mendapatkan varian dari COVID yang cukup juga dahsyat. Kita terkena gelombang COVID Delta dan ini membuat bahwa dilakukan lagi pembatasan kegiatan masyarakat yang dalam bentuk kalau sebutan berikutnya PPKM yang kita kenal sampai sekarang, PPKM level 1 sampai dengan level 4. Ibu Bapak sekalian, tentu dan Ibu Bapak telah melihat data yang menunjukkan bahwa di tahun 2021 kita juga masih mencoba menurunkan yang namanya defisit, namun defisit kita masih di atas 3%. Ke tahun 2022 ini tentu kita juga masih berupaya untuk menurunkan defisit kita. Sehingga yang namanya APBN itu kemudian bisa melandai defisitnya, karena defisit APBN yang melandai itu artinya adalah APBN yang kita upayakan untuk lebih sehat. Ibu Bapak sekalian, APBN-nya perlu sehat karena APBN-nya pada masa sulit seperti tahun 2020 harus bekerja keras menjadi shock absorber dari shock yang terjadi kepada masyarakat. Nah, tentu APBN-nya harus kuat. APBN yang kuat itu adalah APBN yang memiliki ruang, yang memiliki fiscal space. Nah, dengan demikian maka APBN harus terus kita upayakan kesehatannya dan dengan upaya penurunan defisit yang berarti juga secara hutang kita juga melakukan pelandaian dari penerbitan utang kita secara tambahannya. Ibu Bapak sekalian, Undang-Undang Nomor 2 Tahun 2020 memberi arahan bahwa tahun 2023 defisit APBN harus kembali ke bawah 3% dari PDB. Ini akan kita lakukan. Dan dengan melakukan ini maka kita memang harus melakukan pengetatan. Satu sisi kita mendapatkan windfall revenue dari penerimaan negara, penerimaan pajak, penerimaan kepabeanan dan cukai, dan juga penerimaan dari penerimaan negara bukan pajak. Nanti saya akan membicara, dan ini tentu karena harga komoditas kita mendapatkan windfall. Namun bukan hanya itu, pada saat yang bersamaan pemerintah juga memberikan belanja yang lebih tajam. Beberapa belanja yang terkait dengan pemulihan ekonomi yang sifatnya incremental, tambahan di tahun 2020, itu tambahan belanja untuk 2020 tersebut kita landaikan, kita turunkan. Kalau Ibu Bapak mengikuti, ini dapat diikuti di press conference APBN kita setiap bulan yang kami sampaikan. Biasanya kami menunjukkan tahun 2020 ini loh tambahan belanja kita yang kita munculkan karena situasi yang sangat darurat. Tahun 2021 tambahan belanja itu masih ada, tapi lebih sedikit. Tahun 2022 ini juga masih ada, tapi lebih kecil. Dan tentu nanti tahun 2023, sambil kita mendesain APBN 2023 hari-hari ini, kita akan melihat berapa besar tambahan belanja yang masih akan kita lanjutkan untuk tahun 2023, supaya tetap mendorong kondisi ekonomi masyarakat, namun melandaikan defisit APBN ke bawah 3%. Ini adalah pilihan-pilihan kebijakan yang harus kita lakukan dan kita lakukan dengan teknokratik, dengan sangat baik, dan saya apresiasi dengan seluruh masukan, komentar, dan juga yang disampaikan oleh teman-teman dari akademisi, universitas, termasuk juga dari Indef. Ibu Bapak sekalian, kalau kita lihat kondisi global yang terjadi saat ini, maka memang di awal tahun 2022 ini kita mendapati bahwa tensi geopolitik Rusia-Ukraina telah menciptakan pressure di sektor keuangan di internasional. Pressure-nya sebenarnya memang sudah kita lihat dari tahun lalu, karena menuju kepada kondisi recovery, kita memahami akan ada supply disruptions. Supply disruptions akan meningkatkan harga. Namun tensi geopolitik meningkatkan harga itu dengan lebih cepat lagi. Nah, peningkatan harga yang sedemikian cepat ini juga bukan hanya sekedar peningkatan, tapi sebenarnya menjadi fluktuasi harga yang sangat-sangat cepat terjadi. Kalau kita lihat harga minyak di dunia, kita melihat bahwa dia sedang ada fluktuasi. Kalau kita lihat harga CPO di tingkat dunia, ini fluktuasinya luar biasa tinggi, naik dengan sangat cepat dan juga turun dengan sangat cepat dalam beberapa waktu terakhir. Hal ini harus kita tangani dengan baik, dan ketika kenaikan harga komoditas di tingkat dunia terjadi dengan sangat cepat, maka lagi-lagi APBN budget menjadi shock absorber di kondisi tersebut. Indonesia saat ini memiliki satu desain policy yang yang ingin memastikan bahwa stabilitas dengan tetap mendorong. Kita telah berkomunikasi dengan mengkomunikasikan laporan semester dari APBN yang menguraikan bahwa pemerintah akan meningkatkan subsidi dan kompensasi harga energi kita, produk energi kita terutama yang menjadi bagian dari administered price, kita pastikan supaya tidak terjadi peningkatan harga yang terlalu besar, namun bisa mendorong kegiatan ekonomi lebih lanjut. Sumber uang dari mana? Sumber uangnya bukan dari utang. Sumber uangnya adalah dari windfall revenue pajak kita, windfall revenue kepabeanan dan cukai, serta windfall revenue dari penerimaan negara bukan pajak. Jadi tahun ini kita menerima windfall dari penerimaan tersebut yang jumlahnya kurang lebih sekitar tambahannya sekitar 420 triliun rupiah, sebagian kita gunakan untuk menambah subsidi dan kompensasi, sebagian kita gunakan untuk mandatory spending, karena di dalam APBN kita ada beberapa mandatory spending, dan sebagian kita gunakan untuk menurunkan penerbitan utang. Ibu Bapak sekalian, ini adalah cara kita untuk membuat supaya budget kita menjadi lebih sehat menuju tahun 2023. Di tingkat dunia tentu kita juga berkontribusi melewati G20. Di dalam G20 ada pembicaraan mengenai common framework dari cara melihat situasi di dunia, terutama pada saat sekarang terjadi peningkatan Fed Fund Rate, dan kemarin kita baru mendapatkan rilis dari inflasi di Amerika Serikat yang memberi arah kepada akan ada peningkatan Fed Fund Rate lebih lanjut, dan tentu ini akan harus kita tangani dengan baik. Namun penanganan mengenai common framework dari debt treatment ini harus kita lakukan terus ke depan dan kita diskusikan di dalam koridor G20. Salah satu poin yang sangat penting adalah memastikan bahwa kita membaca data yang sama mengenai kondisi utang dunia. Jadi common framework untuk penanganan utang di tingkat dunia ini akan kita lakukan ke depan di dalam konteks G20. Dan tentu Indonesia akan memberikan kontribusi yang solid, karena kita sendiri di dalam Indonesia bisa memberikan berbagai macam pengalaman kita mengelola utang dan juga menyelesaikan dari permasalahan kondisi ekonomi yang terkena COVID ini. Saya rasa dalam sesi-sesi berikutnya akan banyak disampaikan bagaimana penanganan dan penanganan utang yang kita lakukan. Namun Ibu Bapak sekalian, saya berharap bahwa acara side event dari G20 seminar ini bisa terus dilakukan dan para pembicara akan mengangkat topik-topik mengenai common framework untuk penanganan utang di dunia menjadi masukan bagi diskusi-diskusi kebijakan berikutnya. Saya mengucapkan terima kasih dan apresiasi kepada Indef yang menyelenggarakan acara ini, dan semoga bisa menjadi pencerahan bagi seluruh masyarakat dan terutama para pemerhati pengambil kebijakan ekonomi kita. Terima kasih, saya tutup. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Berharap Bapak selalu sehat ya, dan
Recording in progress.
And so the million-dollar question, I think, is how did Sri Lanka suddenly end up from hero to zero? What made this massive shift? I just want to first, because you asked, what the situation in Sri Lanka is like, just highlight how bad it is. Sri Lanka was posting, poverty levels of well under 10%, sometimes close to 5% of the population. By 2019, because of inflationary pressures and cost of living, etc., the best, or redoing the statistics, poverty in Sri Lanka to be about 50%. That's our own projection. Because inflation already is about 50% and expected to be about 70% year on year over the next few months. Food inflation has been much greater, so it is about 80%, and we expect it to. This is all associated with the debt crisis that's crisis and Sri Lanka ran out of dollars and reserves. The currency depreciated, it has depreciated year on year more than 75%. Overall, in the 1.5 years, it's about 100% depreciation. So that's getting reflected back into inflation. Alongside that, Sri Lanka is obviously suffering negative growth. The World Bank has already predicted above 7% negative growth. That was a few months ago. We think now it's going to be 10% or above. And this doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help Sri Lanka pay back its debt. It doesn't help the human situation. We have petrol queues, and this is why there's negative growth for basic, petrol for your car or diesel, public transport. The waiting time is now over 30 hours in a queue. So this is a complete waste of human time, energy, and it is destroying the economy and destroying Sri Lanka's ability to recover and even pay back the debt. Why did Sri Lanka get into this situation? So I think, in any government, it is very easy when you can make decisions that give you rewards today, and postpone costs. Sri Lanka first entered the private financial markets, private creditors, in 2008, when it started issuing international sovereign bonds with payback periods of 5 years or 10 years. So the first 10 years really looked good because you could issue this debt and there was the payback came later. It's only after 2015, when the payback of some of the debt was coming online, that Sri Lanka began to feel the stress. But you could roll it over. You could just simply take more debt to pay back that debt later. And you could keep going as long as you could roll it over. For the first time, and when you're getting into low middle income country status, it's a little bit like driving on a narrow road, on a mountain ridge with a precipice on both sides. If you fall asleep at the wheel, you fall over, really there's very little ways in which you can try to get yourself back. Financial management, in a sense, fell asleep at the wheel. For a little while, and Sri Lanka lost access to global credit markets. That is, Sri Lanka got downgraded in the credit ratings to B minus. And when you get downgraded to B minus, really, you can't roll over that debt. So the way Sri Lanka was staying on this road was by rolling over the debt and looking at ways to see how it could reduce the amount of rollover. That was responsible management. But the moment you couldn't roll over the debt, it was always going to be down the precipice from there, unless you could fix it quickly. So Sri Lanka didn't fix it quickly, and this is the consequence that we are taking. So I just want to say, because this is the first question, and I'm not going to talk about solutions now, but in this context, when Sri Lanka got downgraded, really, that's when the intervention should have happened. And the most important thing would have been to regain access to markets and get back on that road, that narrow road, and figure out how to drive more carefully. Now that Sri Lanka has fallen off the edge, the most important thing is to stop the fall and get it back up quickly. So really speed is of essence. Delaying the solution, which under current global rules and current space for negotiation in the global financial structure, is delaying Sri Lanka getting back up, and G20 can do a lot to speed up that process and make it easier, faster, and better for all. And that's where the conversation needs to go. Of having fallen off and continuing to fall is not helping the private creditors, it's not helping the official creditors, it's certainly not helping the Sri Lankan people. And so it's a lose-lose outcome that we are doing, and I think we need to discuss how the G20 can work to reduce the mutual loss that the world and Sri Lanka are facing together. Thank you.
Thank you, Inshan, for that explanation and account of how Sri Lanka kind of find its way into its current situation. Obviously, that kind of begs the question, right? I mean, kind of know, of course, there are some other kind of varying interpretations as to the causes of the crisis. Some have pointed to some missteps in terms of policy, in terms of reducing taxes in 2019, the sudden shift to organic farming that kind of crashed the agricultural sector, which is unfortunate. Of course, we also know that COVID was a big hit to the country, especially in terms of tourism dollars that was forthcoming. But the question now is that given this difficult situation that Sri Lanka kind of finds itself, and also a host of other new external challenges, as the Vice Minister pointed out earlier in his speech, there are two phases to that problem solving, as it were, right? The immediate, how do you kind of stop things from getting from bad to worse? And obviously, like you said, a slightly longer term solution around how we kind of manage Sri Lanka out of the situation. So I can throw that to the floor, but I'll start with Nishan. Thanks.
So thank you. Yeah, I didn't want to detail all the missteps. The purpose here is not to blame the world or not to focus on things that Sri Lanka did wrong, and it did much that was wrong, but to ask how the world and Sri Lanka could be better served by a different architecture or mechanism of resolving the problem when you get there, also of preventing countries from getting into that problem. So the G20 framework, the global framework we have now to negotiate with official creditors is the Paris Club, is the one framework. India and China are not part of the Paris Club. But when you look at, and part of the benefit of the common framework of the G20 is that that old architecture of the Paris Club is no longer the dominant source of debt financing, even for the least developed countries. So for the least developed countries, if the Paris Club members have X amount of debt, China alone has 2X. So the common framework makes a lot of sense because the common framework includes China and India, which are the dominant official creditors for these other countries. I think the argument, of course, is that middle-income countries also are moving towards that balance. For Sri Lanka, for instance, Paris Club holds about 11% of Sri Lanka's foreign debt. When you add the G20 countries, and mainly because of China and India, you get to 24%. So the non-Paris Club members of the G20 hold more of the official foreign debt of Sri Lanka than the Paris Club members. But therefore, having Paris Club, so let's put it this way, Paris Club is not enough. And because Paris Club is not enough, the G20 common framework makes a great deal of sense, not only for the least developed countries, but the argument that makes them relevant for least developed countries makes them relevant for middle-income countries, especially lower middle-income countries like Sri Lanka as well. And I think without that, what you will see is that the negotiation process of trying to resolve this problem gets significantly delayed, hurting everybody, including China. Because many people complain about China, but China is doing today what the multilaterals and the Paris Club members did up to the year 2000. So if you look at the history of debt management up to the year 2000, both Paris Club and the multilaterals mostly rescheduled debt. They didn't have capital reductions on your debt. So there was very little capital reduction on debt, and 90% of the debt was rescheduled. China is doing it, but after the year 2000, both Paris Club and multilaterals significantly shifted the balance. So they moved closer to 50% of capital reductions and so 50% rescheduling. China is still in the slightly older method of rescheduling. So most Chinese restructuring is rescheduling, not debt reduction. So we think China will also go through the experience that multilaterals and Paris Club members did in history. They saw that rescheduling didn't work, and they changed their method. China may do the same. Being able to work together with China, I think, is enormously constructive and important for Sri Lanka, for countries like Sri Lanka, and for the global financial architecture as well, and the common framework, I think, offers a lot of benefits.
I could pick up on that point on the common framework, as Nichan has mentioned. But we know also the G20 common framework doesn't extend to middle-income countries like Sri Lanka, right? That's one of the gaps that I think commentators have picked up on. And then as countries like Sri Lanka kind of face increasing pressure and the risk of default. And similarly, private creditors, as you mentioned, is an important part of this puzzle. Because a large part of Sri Lankan external debt is actually held by commercial creditors. So in that sense, the common framework as it is may not be able to kind of deal with situations like Sri Lanka. So maybe if I could just kind of throw the question to Taufik and Bhumika.
Yeah, I think we think about Sri Lanka, that's already mentioned before that. Yeah, how to manage the debt, because in the last 10 years the sampling of the debt is very fast. Yeah, 70% in 2010 and now become 110%. I think is incredible because how to manage the debt is very important. Not only depend on the government bond, but depend on the creditors is only important too. We think that how to manage the domestic bond is really important because for the developing country, as the same of Indonesia, we looking for what the best interest, but the creditor or investor want the more high. That's why the Sri Lanka faced to the last 2 years after the COVID. So I think is the situation make a debt trap for the Sri Lanka. That's maybe one of framework how to decrease the interest rate when the developing country want more debt deeply. Then I think that's the first situation. The second one is how to manage the debt in the facilitation in program like infrastructure, education, health, and other sector. That's one difficulty when the role of the debts only for the payment of salary of government spending or good and so on. That's why I think more debt not too effective to increase some in income or some investment for the public. I think that's the challenge for the only Sri Lanka, but all member for the developing country. But that we have to solve that maybe one of framework how to make a political situation because the political certain pressure, the role of the fiscal policy and also monetary policy becomes worse, and then make a bad situation, make bad policy. That's why maybe in this situation, the last 2 years in Sri Lanka, make the situation become worse. I think political situation is the first basic to make a good condition, how to make a collaboration, make appointment, and also make agreement between parliament and also the government. That's why I think that the basic before we talk about before we talk with donors or other government or other parties, I think the political situation is the first things that we have to solve the first. Based on Indonesia experience, I think the political situation the first chance to solve this situation. For the next, the next after this situation happen? I think first, we have a common agreement how to make some delay or maybe delay of debt or delay of the interest rate for some or maybe 2 or 5 years until the Sri Lanka have a chance to make the political macroeconomic stable, and then they want to make a stability in economic. Then the second one, I think, how to influence the international institution like IMF, World Bank, and etc., and also with China or bilateral creditor to make agreement what kind of framework that maybe they offer to Sri Lanka, like a basic structural economic transformation, or maybe how to make some policy for the debt, and also how to make some possibility to increase their income. So I think that's what I think for the issue of the Sri Lanka case.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bhumika, would you like to also kind of speak a little bit about some of the gaps in the common framework and to what extent it could be kind of enhanced to deal with situations like Sri Lanka?
Sure, thank you. No, I'd like to maybe just briefly zoom out and look at, the transformed landscape of borrowing and lending today, and that, helps to contextualize the situation of middle-income countries regarding sovereign debt. So we see a landscape in which, the composition of sovereign debt has made such a sharp turn over the last several decades, the last 20 to 30 years, but even the last 10 to 15 years. We see the shift from official bilateral creditors, used to be, as Nishan mentioned, Paris Club members, but now extended to non-Paris Club members. But we see the shift to commercial creditors. So, for example, by 2021, low and middle income countries owed 5 times as much to commercial creditors as they did to bilateral creditors. This is an exponential jump. And what are the features of this shift to private debt, to private creditors? How do these features bear resonance for how the debt architecture globally needs to be, reformed, needs to be made more effective? So some of the key features, for example, are that issuance of bonds now come with much higher and variable interest rates. It's the volatility also of interest rates that really bear, significance. Secondly, the foreign currency denomination carries an inherent risk within it. And third, and these are just some, not exhaustive, but another key issue with private debt in particular and creditors is the lack of enforceability over private lenders in ensuring comparability of treatment as is secured in the Paris Club framework of debt treatment. So these are the features which generates the systemic risk in the debt profile. And what we've seen in particular in the global financial crisis in 2007 and 2008, and let's bear in mind that currently the equity and asset sell-offs from emerging market economies is even more greater, more aggressive and volatile than in the global financial crisis era. And this really shows the urgency of the moment today, that we are talking about a kind of capital and a kind of equity outflow that is even more severe than 13 years ago. But we have to look at what exactly happened in the last 13 years when you had quantitative easing that allowed for global investors to seek high returns from emerging market sovereign bonds due to the differences between the ultra-low interest rates in the north and then the emerging market bonds denominated in US dollars at a much higher rate of interest. So, what this resulted in is that external debt in emerging economies rose to 5.6 trillion, according to a study by the Financial Stability Board. And today we have the highest level of sovereign debt in middle-income countries in 30 years. So we're really at a historic moment, and the cascade of debt defaults that has been happening and that is predicted to happen in middle-income countries with, for example, Ghana and Tunisia, Pakistan, El Salvador, Egypt, all being mentioned by various reports. It really bears resonance that we have a moment coming together in the so-called, as many reports have been saying, that perfect storm. High food and energy prices on the one hand, global economic uncertainty with conflict and war, rising interest rates, monetary tightening that is resulting in a stronger dollar and much higher debt servicing costs. So this is the context in which a coherent framework that is capable of bringing all creditors to the table to restructure debt, and in particular private creditors, is extremely necessary. And this is where the G20 has played a crucial role in addressing debt since the pandemic started, with the Debt Servicing Suspension Initiative and the Common Framework. But at this point, they very much need to include middle-income countries. It cannot be limited to the 73 low-income countries. It has to include all the middle-income countries who are in debt distress, who can show actual need for debt treatment. And this inclusion has to be done in a way that is equitable, that has consultation, that has full participation, that brings everyone to the table. So the common framework is incredibly important. I want to reiterate what the other panelists and speakers have said. In many respects, it's the only game in town right now. However, we have to remember that so far, 2020 to 2022, only 3 countries have applied. And progress on restructuring those 3 countries' debts has been slow. And that this sends a negative signal to other countries with unsustainable debt, many of which have refrained from seeking the relief that they need because of this slow progress and because of a particular concern that applying to the common framework would cut off their access to private capital without restoring the flow of bilateral credit. So certainly reforms for the common framework definitely need to be addressed. And there are many details that we can talk about probably in a later point. So.
Thanks so much for that, Bhumika. I'd like to kind of invite also some of our virtual speakers. Thanks for kind of giving us a good and sane kind of analysis of the common framework. But I'd like to also invite Stephanie from UNTAD. She's the head of the Debt and Development Finance branch of UNTAD to give a comment on not just looking at common framework, but in terms of at the international level, what are the gaps in this regard, and what are some of the things that done at that level in terms of addressing this increasingly pressing issue among developing countries? Stephanie? Is she online?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Is Stephanie online?
I am online.
Okay, while we
Hello?
wait for Stephanie, okay, I see her.
I'm
on?
here. I'm unmuted. I'm here,
Okay, great.
unmuted.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Welcome, Stephanie.
Can you hear me? Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can't hear her.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for having me here, albeit online. From UNCTAD's perspective, I would like to say just a couple of things because much has been said already about our obvious concern about the situation, the debt situation in developing countries, in both low and middle income countries. If we look at basic debt indicators,
sorry,
we
Stephanie,
can
could you
see
pause
that
for a moment while we kind of get the speakers running so that we could all hear you? Can she? Yep. Sorry, Stephanie. If you could try again.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll try again. Can you
Yep,
hear me?
we can.
Okay. Well, thanks very much for having me here. I'll just say a few things from UNCTAD's perspective on our
We can't hear.
take on the debt situation. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Sorry, just give us a second while we sort out the PA system.
Okay.
Okay, Stephanie, we'll come back to you. I'm sorry, while the technicians help us to resolve this problem. Let me turn back to the floor, to the panelists here, and let me address a slightly different question to Nishan, and then we'll come back to you later. So, yeah, as Bhumika has pointed out, one of the clear gaps around the common framework is the failure to include private creditors, and we know that that's actually the biggest chunk of the external debt owed by Sri Lanka, and we know that some of the creditors have begun legal proceedings against the country, and given the absence of a clear process around dealing with this? Nishan, what should the country do?
Yeah. So I think Bhumika's point on private creditors is very important. Take the Sri Lankan case, about 45% of the debt now is to private creditors. And private creditors, as Bhumika pointed out, they take, they set the interest rates according to the sense of risk that they perceive. So they set high interest rates when they see high risk, and when they get paid back, of course, they get high rewards. I think the problem that you see in the global architecture today is that private creditors take high rewards for high risk. But when the risk materializes, they don't like to take the costs, right? Because there is this very, very sort of a bloated fear that is created around defaulting to private creditors. Even in Sri Lanka, we found that, even from the economic left to the economic right, everybody said, don't default on private creditors. Which was strange, because these are the very people who have taken huge rewards and are now not willing to take the cost or the risk of the cost of that risk materializing, for which they've taken rewards already. So I think that we need to deal with that global fear, and the common framework today, even the common framework, has some shortcomings. One, of course, I think other speakers pointed out already, it can take quite a long time on the common framework, and the recommendation, I think that's already been brought to the common framework by IMF and others, is that we need to set a timeline. But the second very important weakness of the common framework is that it doesn't deal directly with private creditors. So the common framework, once it makes an agreement with the G20 countries, leaves it to each country to go and get COT, that's comparability of treatment, with private creditors and come back. So you don't implement your agreement on the common framework until you get comparability of treatment with private creditors, which can then be a very difficult and long drawn-out process. So I think we may be looking at a future in which we have to adopt the contracting and the global architecture to mandate that private creditors have to be able to come into a COT, comparability of treatment adjustment, with the G20 common framework. I mean, that is the future which we need to work towards. The contracting methods of private creditors have improved over time to reduce the kind of exploitation. For instance, what we call collective action agreements, funds that make huge, all the way from 1975 even. The reason debt restructuring sometimes took 5-10 years is because of these holdout problems. Now, collective action clauses make holdouts quite difficult, and yet not impossible. Or take the example you cited, Chenyan, on Sri Lanka. You had the Hamilton Reserve that has filed a lawsuit in New York against Sri Lanka, which very strategically built a holdout position, okay, where there was a series of bonds for which the remaining payment was just $1 billion only. They built just over 25%. So the collective action agreements on those series say that if 75% agree, that the rest are bound by that agreement. So they built just above 25% to prevent a collective action agreement for that series, and are now suing Sri Lanka for the full amount that they bought at highly discounted rates. So these are sort of known bad behavior in the private markets, and regulating a private market is the job of global agreements and the global financial architecture. So even though private contracting has improved with collective action agreements to prevent bad behavior, the Sri Lankan case shows that this bad behavior still occurs. And more can be done to make it mandatory for private creditors to play by fair rules, reasonable rules, to take costs that are commensurate with the risks and rewards they've taken, and also not to play the holdout game in a way that gets everybody into trouble. So the holdout of private creditors hurts the common framework countries as well, because it means that the country gets into deeper trouble, there's less you can pay back, there's a delay in sorting the problem out. So I think the future of the common framework is really to reduce the time that you take to agree and to find ways of actually regulating the global financial markets in a way that makes bad behavior, vulture fund type activity, irregular and take out the space for that, but also to mandate, most importantly, that private creditors come into a COT, comparability of treatment agreement, official creditors. I think that really helps then to reduce the collective suffering of debt stress conditions that we see in the world. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Nishan, for that detailed explanation and bringing us to speed on some of the details around Sri Lankan debt. Just want to check whether Stephanie is back online and we can hear her.
I'm here. I just don't know whether you can hear me or not. I can hear you.
Is Stephanie there? Can you check?
Hello?
Okay, well, while we wait for that, so the debt profile of Sri Lanka is quite complex, right? It has multilateral official debt, it has debt with Paris Club members as well as non-Paris Club members, and it has commercial creditors, but also a sizable portion of Sri Lankan debt is domestic. How should that, we don't hear that much about that part of the debt in Sri Lanka, but since we have the benefit of you here with us, maybe you could also kind of tell us a little bit more and how should the resolution of the domestic debt be dealt with?
So because of the current sort of depreciation, etc., international debt component has increased, but it's still not more than about 50%. So domestic debt does account for 50% of Sri Lanka's debt. I think there's a lot of analysis done on when and when you don't need to restructure domestic debt, and it's an analytical question fundamentally. Because domestic debt can be restructured both directly and indirectly. The indirect way to restructure domestic debt is to run very high, receive negative real returns with high inflation. So for instance, when Sri Lanka today is running a 50% plus inflation, and a lot of the domestic debt was borrowed at under 15%, even historically, and under 10% in the last few years. That means all the domestic debt holders are getting effectively restructured by at least about 30%, okay, downwards. But of course, as you're doing this, the interest rates are climbing because people seeing the potential of a restructure are making debt more expensive. The reason to not restructure domestic debt form in more directly sometimes relates to the stability of the banking. It's about who bears the suffering more. So I think with inflation, you do restructure domestic debt indirectly, but you also hurt the population quite a lot. You hurt the poor people who can't, who have to see cost of goods going up. It's a kind of a blanket instrument. But with a more direct, targeted domestic debt restructure, you might hurt the holders of wealth, the richest people can hold domestic debt as well, but it becomes a more targeted way of distributing the suffering. And I think the way to make that decision is to really understand where the incidence, that means who pays more deal, we are indirectly or more directly is really about the cost benefits within Sri Lankan society. And I think the poor need more protection. So you can do it indirectly and then do cash transfers to the poor. That's one way to do it, right? And say, instead of we'll broad base, we'll make everybody suffer and then rescue the most vulnerable. Or you say, look, we want to make everybody suffer and we'll target the suffering to the holders of debt. So there are more than one way to do it, and I think it's an analytical question about being more reasonable and more just in the way pain is distributed in society.
Okay, that deals with locally denominated debt, but you also have a fairly sizable debt which is dominated in foreign currency, even though it's Sri Lankan governed by Sri Lankan laws, right? Which is your development bonds, for instance, you know, and that would not be kind of facing the same kind of haircut, as it were, in that sense. And how would that be dealt?
Chennen, so I'm very impressed by how much you know about Sri Lanka. And it's correct, the Sri Lanka development bonds is a dollar-denominated structure under Sri Lankan law. Now, the government did say that that debt is not subject to restructure. But effectively, in practice, the government has refused to pay that back. So, for very small amounts, say under $100,000, it has tried to pay back, roll it over. So currently it's getting rolled over. And my suspicion is that in the debt negotiations, because the comparability of treatment will kick in, that if Sri Lanka pays the domestic debt holders in dollars, that might become a problem of equal parity of treatment. Comparability of treatment, but obviously, here's my view on this. So, Chen, in my view, is that any agreement that Sri Lanka comes to with the IMF should be based on what is best for Sri Lanka to navigate a path out of the problem. Really, the task of the IMF is not to deter the structure of tax holidays. So the richest investors and global investors in Sri Lanka have tax holidays. In fact, there's a special zone called the Port City that was built and run by a Chinese company. Extremely important investment for Sri Lanka. It's the largest foreign direct investment in the history of the country. But then under the current government, you know, tax structures that have never been exempt before. Because obviously you'd say it's a contract violation, but so is any restructuring is a violation of contract. And when a country is in trouble, I think, you know, there are different things that you restructure. One is the commitments you've made to repay loans, but other is made undue payments to politicians. There is a line policies have made. I think they should be on the table for restructure. And that brings me to corruption and governance, which I'll say briefly. I hope Bhumika will take this up. That, you know, IMF has often not taken enough measures to consider corruption to be a macro-critical issue. So IMF's idea is that all its conditionalities are on issues that are macro-critical, that will affect the macroeconomic environment. Of course, institutions like IMF are institutions in progress. They're doing better, you know, every 5 years. IMF's own governance team has been working on doing better on corruption. And there are many countries in which IMF has at least required transparency of asset declarations of public servants, politicians. There are other countries in which IMF has asked the corruption agency to work with the United Nations to give it a measure of independence, with the UNDP in Iraq, for instance. In Ukraine, the IMF mandated an independent corruption prosecution agency. Because high-level grand corruption happens politically, and it's very difficult to manage that corruption down by institutions that are under political control. So the horizontal, what we call the horizontal accountability mechanisms, where you have independent judiciary, independent attorney general, can be quite hard. So you need to create structures that are independent, and sometimes global anchors work. So I'll just end with this, in Guatemala, that had a global anchor. The UN made the appointments, they were accountable to the UN, and this was extremely successful. So I think the path for the IMF is to understand the macro critical nature of corruption. Sri Lanka's problems today are corruption driven. And I'll come to multilaterals later, okay? But just talk about the corruption issue for now, and then work that into the conditions.
Thank you for that, Nishan. Although I'm not sure whether, you know, IMF would want to venture into that and whether they are the kind of best body for it given their own.
And the IMF has, in fact, concerns into the discussion with Sri Lanka, but it is still, I think, not figured out what precisely it should include. So that's a positive step on the side of the IMF, that they have understood, they've heard the public discussion, they've taken a step back, and they seem to be working through that aspect.
Bhumika?
Yeah, no, thank you for this question. I think it's quite relevant right now. And again, bear with me as I zoom back, as I find it continually important to take a step back and look at the macro picture oftentimes, because we are in unprecedented times right now in the intersection of so many multiple crises, from a global health pandemic followed by economic downturn, followed by rising interest rates, followed by war and conflict and fuel price inflation, and massive debt crises resulting. So we really need to understand that we are right now in unprecedented moment of interlocking, intersecting multiplicity of crisis upon crisis. And in this mix, the International Monetary Fund has been at the very center. Since, as of August 2021, 221 loans have been arranged between the IMF and 88 developing countries. And this bears quite a significant meaning in terms of the significant role that the International Monetary Fund is playing in providing not only bail-out loans, but also the fiscal and monetary policy frameworks by which many low-income and middle-income countries are now implementing in the in the wake of COVID and debt, as well as monetary policy. And I just want to mention some of the various recommendations in the fiscal policy frameworks advised by the IMF as of right now. We're not talking about even to the global financial crisis, but as of 2020 and 2021. Based on the analysis of many country reports, we are seeing significant public expenditure reductions, while, Nishan just clarified, not necessarily in Sri Lanka, but we are seeing public expenditure reductions, particularly in health, education, and municipal public services. See, in the past, this included controversial aspects like user fees, but today there is really a kind of public expenditure cut in order to reduce the public budget. And this includes things like wage bill cuts, wage bill caps, freezes of salaries. So the public wage bill, the portion of the public budget that then pays public employees in health, education, civil servants. But the concern that we have in the international community is that it is really affecting our public services in health and education. These are the frontline public services in any crisis, be it economic downturn, be it pandemic, climate change. Public services are the frontline services that all countries need in health services, in education. And we see that the shock of the public expenditure cuts is being absorbed by women in particular. So it's really exacerbating a significant crisis in gender inequalities. And this is often called the triple jeopardy of austerity, in the way that women experience intersecting vulnerabilities on three significant levels. One, because they are public sector employees. Second, because they are public service users. And third, because they are disproportionately recipients of social protection systems. Across developing countries, we see that when public expenditure is reduced, it is women that step in doing the health and education labor that the state, is not providing or is providing inadequately. With regards to regressive taxation, meaning value-added taxes, general sales taxes, this also disproportionately hits the poor and especially women the hardest. So these are regressive taxation. What is the antidote? Perhaps progressive taxation. Progressive taxation would apply to high-income earners, to capital assets, to businesses. And in particular, progressive taxation would also address corporate evasion and illicit finance, what is known in economic parlance as illicit financial flows. So the sort of kind of outflows that is driven by a lot of transnational corporate activity that is then funneled into tax havens and represents, a real loss of what ought to be public revenue for many developing countries that is then siphoned off into tax havens across the world. And this, ought to be looked at as a taxation measure that could fill the fiscal space needs that most developing countries are facing today in an incredibly significant crunch of fiscal space. And in fact, fiscal space, I hope we will address later, and particularly the significant role of special drawing rights in creating fiscal space. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Bhumika. I understand that I beg your pardon, please.
Yeah, I think I'm approach to the developing country, including in Sri Lanka. I think more carefully what kind of agenda or, that offered to Sri Lanka, even the economic transfer to increase their income and also cut their tax. I think so. Well, maybe that's why Sri Lanka want to more clearly, deeply, and also more want to what kind of the tax the cut tax is more important to the Sri Lanka. That's why I think one point of this I agree with the public discussion and also participation with the public is point of important too. But the point of the agenda is how to become the ownership of the agreement between Sri Lanka and IMF is important, because without the ownership, the maybe government of Sri Lanka want to reduce the agenda, and also even they offer a lot of money, but the ownership, the agenda, that's quite important. The second one's the step of how to fulfill their requirement, even the soft of budget and also the interest. Maybe it's kind of thing that the government have to fulfill in the 10 years. That the period is important too. That maybe we experience with the IMF. So if the new government want to release this commitment, they have to stake forward what kind of the agenda maybe they fulfill in the short term or the long term. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Tauhid. I understand that our speakers online are back, and we've managed to get the system to work correctly. But just on this issue of fiscal consolidation and taxation, I just want to kind of take this opportunity, as we have not heard from Pak Abdul Rahman, who's the head of macroeconomic policy for the Finance Ministry of Indonesia. We've heard from the Vice Minister earlier this morning that the current deficit in Indonesia is at a higher rate than it normally is. So perhaps we can kind of hear from Pak Abdul Rahman on this issue. Obviously, as if the deficit continues to be stubborn and persistent, it will kind of contribute to the debt burden and situation in Indonesia. So if I could invite Pak Abdul Rahman to maybe make a comment on this.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me here. So the economic crisis in Sri Lanka gives us lesson, to most of developing countries that the fiscal discipline is key for us to build the fiscal sustainability as well as fiscal peace when we are facing the turbulence. So if from the case of Sri Lanka, we know that Sri Lanka has not been able to follow closely their fiscal role. So if we look at the data from 2010 up to now, their fiscal role was 5% of GDP, but I haven't seen any moment that Sri Lanka was able to reduce the fiscal deficit below 5%. So on the government debt, this is the consequence was on the government debt. The government debt is rising now, reaching above 100% of the GDP. This very contrast with Indonesia. If we look at Indonesia prior to the pandemic crisis, let's see from 2010 up to 2019, the fiscal authority has been very disciplined, keeping the fiscal rule below the allowable level, 3% of GDP, which is, I think, almost the lowest among the peers. This resulted in a very modest or moderate government debt. Now government debt, even amid the pandemic, the government debt is still far below the maximum level of mandated by the law, which is now is 40.7% in 2021. So this is, I think, a key lesson for the developing countries, especially for Indonesia. So with the pandemic, the government actually conducted counter-cyclical fiscal policy, which is following the basic principle of the stimulus fiscal counter-fiscal stimulus policy. So we follow three T's principle: timely, targeted, and temporally. So within 3 years, the government have to return to the fiscal rule. So 2023, the deficit will be reduced to below 3%, and I think with this path, the government will be able to reduce the government debt in the next few years. So with this, I think we track all the vulnerabilities indicator, such as the foreign reserve, the current account deficit, as well as the fiscal deficit, and also the government debt comparing with other peers. I think Indonesia among a few countries that look very resilient, quite resilient, facing these turbulent times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Abdul Rahman, for that intervention. And I think we're all glad to hear, as Nishan has said, that the Indonesian government is not asleep at the wheel, right? Ensuring that the debt is manageable, that all the indicators are not kind of flashing red. Perhaps on this point, as Indonesia is the current kind of president of the G20, I think several of our panelists have made comments around and suggestions around the challenge with the common framework, especially for a middle-income country. What do you think Indonesia could do to kind of put this issue more in the forefront of the G20 agenda in this regard? Thank you.
Yeah, I think much has been explained by other panelists, but we acknowledge that as a presidency that the common framework will be a joint effort between the G20 with MDBs as well as the international financial institution, and with the SSI framework, the G20 want to initiate the measures to give the debt relief to the low-income countries beyond the SSI framework. Now, I think today still ongoing discussion on this common framework, and I think will we will have a result, could be either this time or maybe the next FMCG meeting.
Okay, thank you very much for that part. I'm glad I've gotten word that Stephanie is back online. I'm so sorry, Stephanie, for the delay. So I think the conversation has moved on a little, but I just want to also get your perspective, given where you sit. As we have heard from the panelists, financing is less available to developing countries. They have to turn to the market. The market punishes them hard when they, for one reason or another, run into trouble. And then trying to resolve the debt situation becomes very, very challenging. And I know that the UN and UNCTAD in particular has done quite a lot of work around looking at how some of these challenges can be addressed. So if I could kind of ask you, Stephanie, to kind of give us your thoughts in this.
Yes, thank you very much, Tian, and I hope you can hear me now.
Yes,
Can you?
Yes.
To just highlight a few points in the context of what has been discussed here already from the point of view of years across learning. What we are very likely to see is a large number of developing countries, including many middle-income countries, lingering on in almost unbearable situations of near financial distress, and attempts to fend off the impact on their economies of changing global economic environment. Now, what we have seen, of course, even prior to this, to the COVID-19 crisis and this impact of the Ukraine-Russia war, is of course that is, if you like, a boom-bust debt crisis. Where we have, for example, increases in liquidity in advanced countries, we have capital flow surges to developing countries, we have, in consequence of this, asset price bubbles and the deterioration of balance of payment constraint in this context, which then puts financial pressure on these countries, and we see a reversal going from a boom to a bust in the opposite direction. Now that has been going on for many years across developing countries, and on top of that, we now have these exogenous shocks, quite unprecedented ones in the case of the COVID-19 crisis, perhaps more transitory than many people thought in the case of the Ukraine-Russia war in terms of impact on food and energy prices. Plus inflationary pressures in advanced countries. Now, what does that mean? That means that already Bhumika rightly has pointed out, and along with structural changes in creditor composition towards a higher risk, higher cost international financial markets and private creditors, mixed in particular, middle-income countries in particular, we have the situation that as a kind of policy prescription, and again this has been raised here, in particular in terms of IMF programs, there is pressure to tighten monetary policy, have it accompanied by tightening fiscal policy and framework, but even outside the common framework in the context of IMF programs and Paris Club debt treatments. We are very worried about a preemptive push towards austerity. That doesn't mean, and this has been discussed here for the case of Sri Lanka, that there are not problems of economic mismanagement that are causally responsible for particularly dire economic situations. It doesn't mean that there needs to be some kind of adjustment, but of course there are different routes to such adjustment, and there are routes that stare statically at the fiscal budget and the monetary policy on the other hand, and there are routes that will take the denominator, namely rate of growth, as their main guidance. From the UN perspective, the worry is increased, of course, by the knowledge that even apart from the current situations, austerity, essentially, or widespread austerity programs in the developing world will kill off the Sustainable Development Goals, and there should not be any doubt about this. In terms of just, if we look till 2025, that's 3 years from now, scenarios countries could achieve through raising their tax revenues on one assumptions about likely capital flow, private capital flow volumes. We're looking for LICs and for low income and middle income. That's the case for the G20 response so far. As far as the DSSI is concerned, political chances of renewing it, let alone. But it's even overlooked that if we are just looking at expansion, it might, which is that it operates pro-cyclically. So countries have to start repaying suspended debt service, oftentimes when they're least capable of doing this. And this is what we refer to as pro-cyclical. So it makes a bad situation worse. That's apart from the fairly minimal amounts of 12.9 billion that have been covered. More fundamentally, as far as the common framework is concerned, it does, of course, not resolve anywhere near, and it even become a step difficult to overcome the perennial problem by now that has also marked earlier multilateral initiatives, the HIPIC, the MDRI, but also approaches to the Latin American debt crisis in the 1980s, namely that these are important and valuable public steps forward, but that provide fundamental free riding for private creditors, i.e. it is basically they become programs that amount to granting private creditors de facto senior creditor status and bailing them out. So it was mentioned here at some point that one of the problems is that private creditors take high reward for high risk, but are not very happy when it comes to the downside, namely also accounting for the cost of problematic risk estimates on their part. Now, essentially, these programs bail out such creditors, and as I said, that has also been the case for previous such initiatives. So what we are seeing is really a situation where as I repeat, as Bhumika pointed out, the structure of creditor composition and the debt landscape has radically changed. But we are returning really to almost 1980s, 1990s approach to resolving debt problems in developing countries that is driven by bilateral creditor committees. And that is in its very nature inadequate to this situation. And so we do think that a number of steps need to be taken to ensure that a much more G20 plus, a much more comprehensive international framework can come into place to deal with unsustainable debt burdens in developing countries systematically, not only to help them, but also to help the global economy, and that needs to happen faster rather than gradually, in our view. And the final point, again, is that in this context, of course, we're worried that not only is this a sort of return to the 1980s, 90s lead approach of bilateral debt restructuring, if you say PC treatment plus, so the G20 treatment in the common framework. But it is, of course, linked to policy conditionalities for new lending. New lending has been, new concessional lending has been mentioned many a times. That's all very well, unless, of course, some of it goes also to paying off private creditors, and if it is tied to too early and too radical austerity programs. We are seeing this in current restructuring situations. For example, to just give you an example, Suriname that in the Paris Club has been re-profiled, I should say, not restructured as yet, but this comes in the context by the government having in its sight a turnaround from an almost minus 10% primary balance to GDP, fiscal primary balance to GDP situation right now to plus 5% in 2 years. Now this is immense suffering for the population, if it is even attainable. But this is the kind of austerity programs that we're actually talking about. So we're not talking investment, and we can have time to see how this will affect different parts of the population. But we're looking at extremely drastic austerity measures. And let me close now with also saying that we had the privilege of listening to the Minister of Finance of Zambia, one of the countries in the common framework, last week at the Paris Forum, and he was very clear that certainly from their perspective, the common framework is not working for them. It is not bringing in the kind of relief in whatever exact shape and form that is required, quite the contrary. And their argument was it's not working for us, but it's also not working for the G20. The uptake is very slow. And finally, because this has only been mentioned here in passing, SDR, special drawing rights, of course, have been the most effective in providing liquidity relief, not debt relief, but liquidity relief to countries in financial and debt distress. But again, apart from the new allocation that was very welcome and all the problems associated with the IMF quota system, the rechanneling that has also been very much driven by the G20 to its credit of SDRs that are underutilized, unused, not immediately needed, essentially in advanced countries to developing countries, has been talked a lot about. There have been commitments up to, I think it's now 70 billion, so still 30 billion short of the target. But that's where this is, it's commitments. It is only this week, to my knowledge, that Spain is the first country to actually turn the commitment into reality and transfer SDRs. That's too late, that's too slow. Much as this is welcome and it's important, but it's too late and too slow. And so in this direction, also the appeal to the G20 to consider renewed and more effective, faster action to provide liquidity relief to a very wide range of countries in already in financial distress or really very close to financial distress. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, for that very sobering analysis of, you know, the challenges and the failures of the international system in that sense to do with countries in dire situation. I just want to kind of follow up on one or two points you've mentioned. You know, I think you're absolutely right in talking about the free rider problem, especially, you know, giving the example of the past. I think with HIPC, the heavily indebted poor countries debt cancellation initiative, and the MDRI, a lot of it was official debt, and even when they cancelled that, there was, you know, private creditors kind of got a free ride with that. But now with many developing countries where private creditors actually is a big part of the external debt facing developing countries, you know, how will they be regulated in that sense, in terms of coming to the table, in terms of being reasonable in accepting the situation? As Nishan pointed out, you know, this is not a risk-free investment, and we have seen some of these creditors, especially the worst of them, taking advantage of the system, especially in jurisdiction that seems more amenable in upholding their rights regardless of the consequences. I mean, how can the international community in that sense, and within the UN or outside the UN, kind of address some of these most egregious aspects of such behavior?
Yes, thank you. These are very important questions. First of all, because it may not be always clear to people, but when I was referring to HIPC MDRI, I am of course referring to something that is still in place, which is the commercial debt facility that at the International Development Association. And the way this works is that governments, member states, contribute to this fund, and this fund can then be used by developing countries in debt distress to buy back commercial debt. And so that means it is a public measure that bails out private creditors, who bails out developing countries vis-a-vis their private creditors. The same, of course, was the case, or something very similar was the case for the Baker Plan when dealing with the Latin American debt crisis. And we're now facing a situation that de facto risks this. Now, the importance of private creditors also became very clear again at the Paris Forum last week, but also in some other contexts in which we participate through the keyword of the role of collateralized debt in many developing countries, both liquid and mixed. And often this immediately brings to mind China, but the reality of the countries that spoke, and in particular poorer developing countries that spoke, is that their collateralized debt is with large private companies. So, for example, low-income countries may have a lower share of private creditors in their overall debt composure, but what that overlooks is that the exposure to private creditors they have is to highly monopolized creditor monopolies and to a few very large companies. And that also relates, of course, to what Bhumika mentioned, namely the leakage from developing countries through intransparent and unfavorable mechanisms of international tax cooperation at the moment. And finally, of course, it was also here pointed out that through collective action clauses and a number of other measures, there have been very considerable attempts to rein in the so-called vulture funds, i.e. the large financial institutions, I should say, that trade in particular with highly discounted, distressed developing country debt, and exist for the purpose of buying this up cheaply and then litigating to get the full face value. They are alive and kicking. And in particular, of course, in some smaller developing countries, well, some smaller, but also really across the range. Now, what can be done is, of course, the $100 billion questions, and a number of attempts in the context even of a very exceptional situation such as the COVID-19 crisis at its peak, that were trying to provide incentives to private creditors by, for example, granting senior creditor status and some other incentives to get them to participate in the DSSI failed. There has been essentially no participation, no voluntary participation by private creditors. Now, there are two things that can be done. One is really at national levels in the financial centers in which sovereign bond debt in financial, let me put this differently, the financial centers that have whose governing law is used for the bulk of developing countries' sovereign bond contracts, and that is the UK and the US. And there are some efforts underway, or at least some consideration to tighten legislation in these economies such that it makes at least the life of vulture funds more difficult, and that would be a step forward. But otherwise, I'm afraid it's not a low-hanging fruit, it's a high-hanging fruit by definition. There is no other answer than to have an international framework that is binding for private creditors. And that, of course, can only look into the future. That would not resolve the bulk of bond debt, in particular in less so in low-income countries, very much concentrated in middle-income countries. That makes it obligatory, not voluntary, for private creditors to come to the table. That does not necessarily, that will not prejudice the outcome of any particular debt restructuring, and the in the long term, certainly shared interest between debtor and borrowers to come to a balanced agreement. But it is the only way forward to create a situation in which there is not how can I put it, a unilateral or one-sided obsession with carrots for private creditors, but where it is about time to continue to have some carrots, but accompanied by the stick. And that, of course, is a big task, I should say, for the United Nations as well, as, of course, an obvious forum where this should be taken forward.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Stephanie. Thank you for your, great insight and clear analysis of the situation and how difficult the situation is, and there are no easy solutions. And in that regard, I'm glad that we have a chance here to kind of gather, some experts, people who've been kind of working on this issue, both either, in terms of just struggling with the situation directly, to kind of start putting our heads together. I mean, we are just, a small kind of larger community that is not just thinking about it, but also affected by the debt situation in many of the countries that we come from. I mean, with that, we're going to draw to a close, but before I do that, I'd just like to kind of invite the speakers here as well to give us the final kind of comments. And
what Stephanie and Pak Abdul Rahman said, and just say a few comments on following up and bringing it to a close. So I think absolutely Stephanie's points are critical about private creditors getting away with too much and not having enough mechanisms to hold them down, right? I think one of the implications of what Stephanie said was that we need to advance the time frame, not only of completing a common framework agreement, but also when it kicks in. I think the agreement or the common framework may need to lose access to international financial markets, because that begins the downward spiral long before default. Whenever you see a country losing access to financial markets with significant exposure and no ability for default, two, private creditors got their money back in full and escaped the consequences. In this respect, we must say the IMF actually acted somewhat responsibly. Sri Lanka was due for an RFI during COVID. We could have got an RFI about $1 billion or close to that. But IMF said, look, your debt does not look sustainable. We have some questions about that. So we can't disburse to you, because if they did disburse that RFI, we would have 29. Even 8 months ago, in November last year, when the budget was done, we had 3 to 4% of GDP to build highways. Sri Lanka is one of those countries where the roads per kilometer per capita is extremely high compared to other developing countries. But this is where corrupt political interests kick in, and the multilaterals were still 3 to 4% of expenditure on highways, and the dollar inflow which was getting used to bail out private creditors, right? So I think creating, and this has to go beyond the common framework, creating a global architecture to pull the private creditors into an agreement that is formulated on debt restructuring with official creditors, I think is a very important innovation that we need. And so let me end by then once again also speaking to Pak Abdul Rahman's idea in multilaterals. He said that the fiscal rules were being violated, and there are 3 fiscal rules that were being violated. He pointed out to the budget deficit. There's a fiscal rule on total debt. There's a fiscal rule on the guarantees that the government can give state-owned enterprises. All these were violated for the last 10 years. And when the government was close to violating some of them, they just changed the rule, right? So this is what happens when you are government. It's not, sometimes the rule was violated, other times you just change the rule so that you are not in violation. But effectively it didn't become a rule, okay? Because the goalposts were kept changing. And once again, I think, the multilaterals can do more in saying, hey, if you're violating your fiscal rules, If you are continuing to pay private creditors when you are locked out of global markets, then we will not continue to subsidize that behavior. So some way of creating, external accountability anchors, in Sri Lanka's case, would have been very useful. When the World Bank, ADB, etc., were funding Sri Lanka's, 3 to 4% of GDP on highways, the cost of debt servicing, that is the interest cost alone, not capital, had risen above 70% of GDP, not GDP, of government revenue. So when you're spending, and that's the highest in the world at that time. Lebanon had it a few years before. So when your cost of interest alone is above 70% of GDP, taking on more debt on infrastructure that has marginally lower value, these kinds of behaviors should not be subsidized by global actors. And many of the G20 countries are the owners of them, are the shareholders of these multilateral organizations. So I think multilaterals also don't take a restructuring of their debt. So the way we've set off the rules, we have multilaterals don't have their debt restructured. They own a large proportion of debt. Now, even if we agree with both of that, then we have to bring into question their behavior of subsidizing countries to bail out private creditors and then end up with credit that they owe to multilaterals that can't be restructured. Okay? So I think we need to put them under the microscope as well. And the G20, and I think it's important to say this here, being such a large collective, being the major shareholders of multilaterals, have, I think, enormous sway. And I really hope that the leadership of Indonesia today at the G20 will take these ideas forward as things that can be actionable in the next few years. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nishan. Tauhid?
Given that Indonesia is currently the chair of G20 presidency, I hope this forum can do several strategic things. First, I think we need speed up for the Sri Lanka case, that we need to suspend or relieve the payment on and interest penalty for low-income countries, but of course with certain conditions. I think some countries like in Asia, Latin America, Africa are eligible for suspension and relief of the payment and of course the interest penalties. It's important for the short-term policy for Sri Lanka or other country, because we need the first tackle for these cases. The second, we agree about the framework to initiative and cooperation between a lot of creditor institutions and also multilateral, bilateral, especially to case of Sri Lanka. This is not only task of the IMF, but also all the creditors such as World Bank, ADB, Islamic Development Bank, and others. But the important of framework is also transparency of public debt and also private and also from state-owned enterprise. I think it's important too, because one of the problem we cannot detect of information of the debt, that the absence of recording of framework of accreditation and investor in supporting the process of suspension and relief of the payment. And I think we have to increase the capacity of middle or lower income country to manage and utilize debt to more effectively to income, to economic growth, poverty alleviation, and also to creating the job. And capacity building is not only took by consultation, but need also social assistance, also the manage and also develop the institution more clearly and role more responsible to taking a lot of issue in more in crisis agenda. I think the crisis give us a lot of lesson how to manage fiscal policy. And I think the last one is develop a loan interest reduction scheme on our bond or the payment from some country. This not only improve the debt rating parameters of certain nation, but further reduce the actual costs involved in obtaining such debt. This avoid a new debt trap with the high interest debt scheme and long-term tenors. I think it's quite important because you know that Indonesia have highest interest, more than 70%. I think some country then but the some country lower than Indonesia. Even we have the same rating. That's I think our concern. The last one, I think the very important, considering that the agreement on the economic agenda offer maybe from IMF of other institutions will have implication for significant social political pressure in the country. Therefore, this principle need to formulate immediately with participation, transparency, and also with the step more clearly and also more participate. Thank you. I think this my conclusion for this.
Thank you so much, Pak Tauhid. And Bhumika?
Thank you. Yeah, I think in conclusion, I'd really like to highlight that in our undeniably complex and interdependent financial architecture, we've seen in the last 2 years that one of the most constructive tools for actually creating that fiscal space has been special drawing rights. And with the August 2021 650 billion allocation of special drawing rights, we saw that it really became the most effective tool for developing countries to access some fiscal space and some liquidity for the crisis response. We saw that at least 99 low and middle income countries used 104 billion SDRs from the August 2021 allocation for all kinds of needs, from vaccine purchases to investments in health and social protection to much needed stimulus in the fiscally constrained economies. So they really proved their value as a lifeline to alleviate the pandemic and economic downturn crisis effects. So here we are in a situation today, right, out of the fallout of the war in Ukraine and current food and fuel inflation, which is harming even some of the commodity exporting countries, which, while they may be, some commodity exporting countries have a windfall from commodity revenues, they also have fuel purchases oftentimes as an import, as a key import. So we have the UNDP just very recently did an analysis of 159 countries, stating that an additional 71 million people may be pushed into extreme poverty among the world's poorest countries. So in the last several days, in fact, several policymakers in the US Congress have been supporting a new SDR issuance of 650 billion, which is the exact amount the US Congress can get passed without sort of a legislative process. So they've asked the US Treasury to support a new SDR issuance of 650 billion to support developing countries on an immediate basis in response to the inflation crisis. And several other institutions have also actually mentioned that the DSSI, the debt suspension initiative, should be not only expanded to all middle-income countries, but should also be renewed for at least another 2 years in order to respond to the crisis. So these are some really concrete fiscal space creating tools, of course, with necessary improvements. And so I'd like to just also touch upon 3 ways in which, there's already been an existing commitment to rechannel 100 billion special drawing rights from rich to developing countries. So in particular with the rechanneling of the 100 billion, which is also very applicable to a new SDR issuance of 650 billion. The rechanneling should be made accessible to all middle-income countries that are vulnerable to debt distress. And one way that this can be done is to add a vulnerability criteria to income-based criteria for the SDR rechanneling purposes. Furthermore, options for multilateral development banks, MDBs, as well as other current and potential prescribed holders of SDRs can be expanded to act as rechanneling vehicles. And specifically with regard to debt, options to apply special drawing rights to relieve debt distress should also be explored by the G20. And of course, legal and technical obstacles will undoubtedly persist and exist, but none of them are beyond solution with the right mix of leadership, political will, and ingenuity, which the G20 really in this moment of crisis upon crisis has not only the preeminent political leadership, but it also has the global responsibility to do so. So with that, I conclude and also make a very quick call for also the international debt architecture should also very much explore unconditional, immediate, and ambitious debt cancellation. Time and time again through history, we've seen that leaving public resources on the ground is the most effective, efficient, and speedy way to ensure that, a crisis recovery can be met. And we are also in a time where we have both the sustainable development goals as well as the Paris climate change commitments and agreements. Both are very much on the table for the international community. This requires fiscal space, it requires financing on a domestic basis. So this is why we need to ensure debt cancellation so that the scarce and precious resources don't keep leaving the country, but can actually stay for domestic needs. So with that, I'd like to conclude. I think there are many potentials and possibilities, and the G20, while it has a lot on its plate, addressing these crises is hopefully going to advance forward in some productive ways in the next few years, the next few weeks, next few days, hopefully.
Thank you. Also turn to Pak Abdul Rahman, if you have final comments you'd like to make before we close.
Yeah, I enjoyed a lot the discussion, even though I still have to do some works. Regarding the ongoing discussion on the G20, especially the debt relief measures, I think beyond the common framework that discussed in the G20 could also promote the debt transparency. I think this is very critical, especially to ensure the productivity of using the debt financing from the fiscal side. I think this is going to be very critical also to enhance the accountability as well as the governance that also mentioned by several panelists today. Second one, under a more volatile environment as well as the more frequent shocks, I think individual countries has to strengthen the capacity of counter-cyclical fiscal policy by rebuilding the fiscal space, promoting the fiscal discipline, and as well as the effectiveness of the spending to promote the to enhance the long-term potential growth through several reforms as we did in Indonesia amid the difficult times. We successfully launched fiscal reform, especially the tax reform that we launched late last year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Abdul Rahman. And then finally, Stephanie, please. Stephanie, do you have final comments?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. We would certainly very much welcome, and we very much hope for the G20 to find itself in a position where it can rediscuss another allocation of SDR, special drawing rights in particular, plus perhaps the speeding on of the implementation of rechanneling SDRs from the previous allocation. This being the most effective and most, how can I put it, appropriate in this multiple crisis situation, tool to provide liquidity relief through international popping up international reserves. So what this does, of course, is primarily it relieves the balance of payment constraints of developing countries. Indirectly, that has an impact on fiscal constraints, something which is very much needed now. In terms of the common framework, I mean, the problems have been listed in many ways. We would be hoping that apart from progress, if possible, in terms of eligibility, and the suggestion here that there is a reconsideration of eligibility criteria to include vulnerable developing countries independently of their income status, at least as far as low-income countries and mix are concerned, then that would be progress. We're slightly more hesitant about debt standstills. That is a simple extension or even expansion of the DSSI as it stood. We do think that delaying restructurings or reprofilings in developing countries is in itself very costly. That doesn't mean there should not be consideration, and hopefully there will be, of ways in which automatic standstills in particular shapes could become part of the common framework rather than a separate initiative. And we very much agree with what has just been said in terms of further progress in debt transparency. Of course, the G20 has made a very considerable progress in this particular regard, and we very much welcome further progress with a focus, and again, that has been the focus of attention also in a number of other fora recently, with a focus of moving forward also on transparency on the creditor's side. We know that there have been initiatives by, of course, the Institute of International Finance, for example, but there is also a need for increased transparency, and I think the next panel will probably look at this in more detail on the creditor side, and that in itself would, of course, also be a step forward to what I've said previously, to gradually begin to tie in private creditors where they are important into wider bilateral, multilateral initiatives to improve the toolbox of addressing developing country debt sustainability problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Thank you so much to all our speakers, and thank you so much to the audience for staying. My fault for running over a little, but it's because, you know, there's just so much rich insights coming from all our speakers. I've personally benefited a lot from hearing from each and every one of them. So thank you very much for listening and being here, and have a good afternoon and a good lunch. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Sentian, for your a very interesting discussion. So we will have the next sessions in 5 minutes. So we will have a break, 5-minute break, and please enjoy coffee and drinks in the room. Also, we have we also would like to thank for all the panelists. We have a very fruitful, insightful discussion in this morning. So I would like to say thanks to Nishan Demel as the Director of Verite Research, Bapak Tauhid Ahmad from INDEF, and Stephanie Blankenberg from the UNCTAD, and Bhumika Muchala as the Senior Analyst of Third World Network. Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. For the next agenda, we will hear the keynote speech from Ibu Amalia Widyaninggar as the Deputy of Minister National Development Planning, and she will represent the Minister of National Development Planning. Ibu, thank you for your coming, and the floor is yours, Ibu. Thank you. Okay, Ibu, now time is yours. Yes. Thank you, Ibu, for your coming.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone, and I would like to say hi to Bapak Dr. Tauhid Ahmad, the Executive Director for INDEF, and also other participants who I cannot mention one by one. First of all, I would like to share with you all regarding to the house state budget and government debt solution, especially for Indonesia. If I can go to slide number 4, Indonesia has a vision 2045. Can someone help me to share the slide? Yeah. Slide number 4. Indonesia has a vision 2045 that we would like to escape from the middle income trap before 2045. So our ambition is that in 2043, Indonesia will be able to graduate to high income to really grow at the rate of 5.7 on average between this year to 2045. So with this aspiration, by 2045, Indonesia will achieve the 5th highest GDP countries, and also we will have a high standard of human capital, as well as we achieve the equitable development by having the role of Eastern Indonesia in the national economy as much as 25%. Furthermore, when we look at the dynamics of the global economy, slide number 6, we know that the global economy is now very uncertain, a lot of uncertainties, and also a lot of dynamics that we also have to adjust. For example, the Russia-Ukraine war that causing energy and food prices to increase, and also global financial tightening is now on our factual situation, and China's zero COVID policy is also slowing down the manufacturing activities. So with that, and with other challenges that we are facing, one of them is the condition of triple challenges, where the economic conditions are facing high inflation rate, but also high interest rate, as well as the slowdown of economic growth. I would like to jump into the topics that we are discussing today, that about the government debt condition, especially in domestic and global debt. If you can go to slide number 12, COVID-19 pandemic drives an increase of global debt. There is the need actually when countries are really tackling the COVID-19 pandemic situation, that we cannot just stay in in the existing level of current debt. So countries need financing. And one of the sources of financing is, of course, debt. So with that, this is unavoidable. And in any country in the world, the economic recovery and handling the COVID-19 pandemic has led a spike in government debt, either in globally or nationally. And it is actually the largest ever since World War II. And again, in next slide, COVID-19 pandemic also give impacts on the increasing debt requirements of Indonesia and peer countries. For your information, Indonesia provide fiscal stimulus during COVID-19 pandemic, and also it is impacted to the increase of budget deficit because by law, Indonesia is allowed to relax the existing budget deficit, which is -3% to GDP. And in 2022, we relaxed that constraint because we need fiscal stimulus as well as we need financing for handling the COVID-19 pandemic. So in 2022-2021, Indonesia is running the budget deficit around -4 to 5% to GDP. And even today, even this year in 2022, we are still having budget deficit in our state budget document running to about -4%. But the thing is that by next year, we have to come back to our original budget deficit according to our previous law, which is -3% since next year. So meaning that this is the challenges of our economy, where in the meantime, Indonesia need a stronger recovery. Indonesia need to recover very quickly. But started next year, we have a tight budget deficit, which is -3%, meaning that we have to really find an innovative solution. At the same time, also, we are trying to lower the debt ratio to GDP in our economy. So again, when we compare, if you look at this slide, comparing to the other countries, actually, the fiscal balance, the government debt to GDP ratio of Indonesia is actually much lower than the other peer countries. Indonesia now is having the government debt ratio to GDP around 40%, and compared to Thailand, for example, or compared to China and Philippines, our government debt to GDP ratio is still okay. So I think Indonesian macroeconomic condition is still fine. And the thing is that what we have to convey to our people that the public debt is still in the safe level of our macroeconomic condition. So we don't need to worry too much. This is what I would like to say with you all, that our government debt ratio is still manageable. We're still lower than our safe level that is stated in our law, which is 60%. That actually the maximum of government debt to GDP ratio. So when we are observing Indonesia's fiscal performance, that the government debt position still relatively managed. This is what I mentioned just now. Next slide, please. So the IMF empirical study, and we have a lady from Ibu from IMF. Later on, probably she would like to mention more about this. There is an empirical study from IMF show that the effect of changes in monetary policy contraction on the government debt position is different in each country depending on fiscal performance and debt profile. So it is estimated that the Indonesian government debt is still within safe limits and will not jeopardize fiscal sustainability, and this is in line with the declining budget deficit. So also our macroeconomic performance will still under a strong position and in a good condition. So if, for your information, the condition of budget deficit in 2021 is relatively maintained, which is 4.6% of GDP. And in 2022, it is estimated that our budget deficit to GDP will achieve around 3.9%, still below the limit that is stated in our state budget document. So I think this still relatively managed very well. So I would like to mention about the latest update on Indonesian state budget. The latest update on Indonesian 2022 state budget, especially realization until June, the realization of the state budget in terms of government revenue is improving. In this situation, in the tension of geopolitical condition, but we can increase our government revenue. And this also, we got a windfall actually from high commodity prices, one of them. But the second one, but the other factor is also a better management of taxation. And the next one, is slide 16 actually. And next slide is slide 17. That there is a risk of the Indonesian debt is, the risk of Indonesian government debt is relatively managed, as I mentioned before, but still we cannot lose the control. Still it have to be, and it needs to be controlled very well. As of May 2022, the Indonesian government debt stock reached 39%. However, from the composition, risks are still under control. And exchange rate risk which can be seen from the increasing rupiah denominated debt, and also the portion of that in form of SBN is relatively the same as the previous year. And this is actually the composition of the debt that is relatively still under control. And the other one is that what I would like to say here, that in the future, once Indonesian economy is growing, then the GDP level will also be increasing. So at that time, meaning that the ratio of debt ratio to GDP will be getting lower. So the key issue is that I would like to raise here. Indonesia need also to focus on not lowering the debt stock itself, but also Indonesia has to focus to increase the GDP of Indonesian economy. So once we increase the economic growth, when we accelerate the economic recovery, then we can really improve the GDP nominal of our economy, and at the same time also it can lower debt ratio to GDP. So I think the critical issue for Indonesia is that how Indonesia can grow faster in this dynamic situation with the global slowdown, the global economic slowdown, and the geopolitical tension. But how Indonesia can still growing faster to recover stronger, like mentioned in G20 theme, and not only G20, but we have to how to really realize that Indonesian economy can recover stronger. And I would like also to share with you on slide 20 regarding to the utilization of debt, because the other issue or concern that we have also to really discuss is that how can we utilize the debt that we have to really finance the development priority and the development agenda that can improve the productivity. When we are utilizing our debt for financing the development activities that really focus on the productivity, improving the productivity of the economy, then it can contribute to the improvement and to accelerate the economic growth. So because as you know that, if we compare the total factor productivity within our, with our peer countries, our total factor productivity is not really growing as fast as the other countries. Even in some period, we have a negative growth of total factor productivity. So this is a sign to us that we need to improve the productivity in our economy. And how to improve this? Then we need to put the priority of our development agenda to the programs that can improve the productivity in any sectors. So with that, debt utilization is also very crucial. And the thing is that how can that finance activities that really contribute to the achievement of national development agenda. Next slide. This is, I just want to mention that we also channel some loans. Slide 20, please. We also channel, on slide 20, we channel some loans to the development of infrastructure, such as to build roads, railroads, and then harbor or ports, seaports and airports, as well as clean water supply and education, as well as health and electricity development. We also, Sukuk. Sukuk is actually the Sharia government bond, and we really channel to the green projects. And some of the green projects are roads, bridge, and railroads, and also Hajj dormitory, clean water supply, as well as education sectors. So the Bappenas role is actually really strong enough to ensure how loans, project loans, can be really channeled and implemented to finance this kind of development activities. So my last slides would like to highlight in slide 21 that Indonesian debt has to be channeled to a more productive activities and to a more productive sectors that can really improve the total factor productivity of our economy, and in the long run, it can really improve the potential growth of our economy that can bring Indonesia to accelerate its economic growth and achieve our Indonesian Vision 2045, which is to be a high-income economy and escape from the middle income trap. Again, debt policy must be used productively and effectively to boost the achievement of our development goals. So with that, that should be more directed at project-based activities, not only for financing deficit. So how we utilize the debt is what we recommend. The first one is that please put more allocation of that for project financing. That can have a direct impact to the economy. Second, that we need to strengthen financing innovation, such as blended finance strategies need to be improved. The third one is how to control debt risk, especially through currency diversification and debt switching policy. And number 4 is controlling the level of debt risk at a safe and controlled level. And the last one is that we need really to focus as well to do and to enhance financial deepening in our financial market. I think that's all that I can say today, and thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much Ibu Amalia Widyaninggar Widyastuti as the Deputy Minister of Economic Affairs in the National Development Planning Bappenas. And continuing to the next session, entitled, we will have session 2 entitled Debt Transparency and the G20 Progress and Challenges. This session will have Gregory Khabib as the Director of Investment and Debt Management, Ministry of Finance in the Republic of Zambia. And then we also have Sheila Pazarbazioglu as the Director of Strategy, Policy and Review Department of IMF. Jason Braganza as the Executive Director of Afrodat, and also Mai Buenaventura as the Head of Debt Justice Program, ASEAN People's Movement on Debt and Development. And also, we have also 2 other speakers, Hannah Ryder as the Executive Director of Development Reimagined, and also Penelope Hoskin from UNCTAD. So this session will be led by Jeffrey Hall. He is the Advocacy Director of International Financial Institution and Climate Justice from OSF. Please welcome, and the floor is yours. Thank you. Take.
Hey everybody, and thank you for joining us. Before we get started, I wanted to give you just a very quick anecdote that preceded my coming here. You know, I received this offer in the mail for a new credit card a few weeks ago. And of course I got it because it came with frequent flyer miles, and I like those. And so I used it, and I went out and I got a pair of these AirPods. Do you know these new headphones? And you put them on and it's amazing. You press this little button and everything goes quiet around you. It's amazing. It's like noise cancellation or something. And so I was wearing them around the house as I was packing to come here. And my wife saw me and she said, oh, what are those? And I explained to her, I said, oh, it's amazing. You know, you just press this little button, everything goes quiet. And she said, well, you know, how much were they? And I said, well, you know, they were $200. And $200 for headphones. And she was, you know, immediately, how come I didn't see this on our bank statement? And I said, oh, well, you know, I got this new credit card. It came with frequent flyer miles. And you know, that's great. And we can go somewhere. And she said, well, why didn't you tell me about this new credit card? And I said, well, you know, I'm telling you now. And look at these great headphones. And I tell you, you press a little button, it gets really quiet. And so she said, well, so you applied for the credit card, you got this, but the credit card company didn't come to me. And I said, no, they just let me do it. And she said, but if you don't pay, then do they come to me? And I said, yeah, well, I'm not sure. I think, yeah, maybe. And I said, but did you see? You press this little button and everything goes quiet. It's very, very nice. And she seemed very puzzled by this whole bit here. And I said, well, you know what? This reminds me of this panel that we have next week. Did this mic just die? And I said, I don't have answers for you, baby, but I think these very smart people that I'm seeing next week might. And so it gives me great pleasure to welcome our panel here today. And because we've had some problems in the past with technology here, I just want to check and make sure that our 3 online participants can both hear us and can also speak. So can we first go to Gregory, who is joining us all the way from Lusaka. Gregory, can you hear us and just say hello? Not promising. How about Penelope Hawkins, who I think is joining us from Geneva? also not promising. You'd almost think I had those headphones on and everything had gone silent.
Hello, Jeff. I am here. Thank you very much. And I think Gregory is here too. I can see him quite clearly. There is a problem with us being able to unmute ourselves. So the system has to unmute us.
Aha, okay. This is going to take some very skilled moderation from our control booth over here. And I am giving them an eye right now to make sure they are prepared for their upcoming duties. We also have Jason Barganza on the line. Jason, can you hear us?
Jeff, yes, I can, and similar to Penelope and Gregory, we've kindly unmuted by the host, but I can hear and see very clearly.
Wonderful. Okay, and then Gregory, can we just check with you very quickly?
Okay, I'm here. I was having challenges unmuting myself.
Fantastic. Look at this, the miracles of technology. We're here from 4 different countries, and the millions of online viewers will now have the benefit of all of your wisdom. So, Penelope, I want to start with you, if you don't mind. Can you just give us a sense of what is the state of play around debt transparency? Where do things stand right now? Who shows what to who, and when?
Yes, it is an intriguing question. Thanks, Jay. There does seem to be a sense that I'll show you mine if you show me yours. The issue with the transparency issue is that we have very many partial insights into what is happening on the ground. We have, of course, very many initiatives to try and ensure transparency. For example, we have within the international space, we have both ComSec and UNCTAD's own DEMPA system, both of which are systems that allow reporting countries, borrowing countries, to report into banks so that becomes the basis for borrower data. We also, of course, have the IIF voluntary principles, which provide some information from the creditor side. But as we will, of course, explore further today, this is still very much nascent. And so it is, in some ways, almost we have information bonds. Now, the problem is that we've got a series of players all involved, but I think, and very often this, of course, is also linked to a plethora of associated principles around transparency. From our side, I think when we first encountered, for example, the IIF principles, and of course these are voluntary principles, all of the principles that we will talk about today, I'm sure, are in the range of soft law, and so therefore there is the sense of them being voluntary. But there are 2 points that I think we are concerned about, or we were concerned about then, and I think they continue today. And the first is that there is the sense that when you have a party or a player in the system, even if it is a large player like the IIF representing creditors, there is this concern that there's an under-inclusiveness in terms of the establishment of these standards and who has input into providing that information. And the second thing, of course, that we remain concerned about is this issue of motive. Now, if an investor or a creditor is providing information in the system, the creditor, by its nature, is not concerned about public accountability, but instead investor protection. And so that motive is completely different to what one might want if you are a citizen of a country that's undertaking debt. So I think there are these problems where you have a lack of recognition that what we're dealing with here is a dance, that we have to have shared responsibility from both lender and borrower, and that if rules or standards are set by one side of that partnership, then in fact you're going to have lack of comprehensiveness, lack of completeness, and in fact perhaps information that can be more baffling than useful. Just to extend my answer for one more minute, this issue of transparency is linked to many initiatives around trying to improve this kind of lacuna that was set up as a consequence of globalization, which in fact is a challenge to traditional lawmaking processes. And so soft law has naturally become a response to fill these gaps. We know that we had, since 2004, the IIF principles in the first instance on stable capital flows. We had the UN guiding principles on foreign debt and human rights in 2011, the UNCTAD principles on responsible sovereign lending and borrowing in 2012, the UN basic principles on debt restructuring in 2015. In 2017, the G20 guidelines on sustainable financing. In 2010, borrowing charter. In 2019, the IF voluntary principles for debt transparency. So this is an area which is highly contested at one level, in that more and more players are moving in to fill these gaps. But I think we are left with a sense that in fact there is lack of coordination and lack of comprehensiveness in spite of all of this.
Thank you, Penelope. That was a daunting landscape that you just described. And I want to turn now to you, Jayla, if you don't mind. If you could just tell us a little bit about what is the IMF's role in all of this, and why does the fund care about debt transparency? And is there anything that you would add to Stephanie's assessment?
Thank you, Jeff, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for inviting me. It's nice to be in a panel with such great colleagues. Why is it important? Well, we have record high levels of debt right now, both in terms of public and private sector debt. It's 256% of global GDP. It's the accumulation. Of course, we had difficult times before the pandemic, and with the pandemic we had an increase in debt to levels that are record high, and the increase during that 1 year was much higher than any other period in history. So we have a debt problem in many countries, emerging market countries as well as low-income countries, both in terms of public sector and private sector debt. Why is that important? Because I like saying there's good debt, bad debt, and ugly debt. You have good debt, which is debt which is enhancing growth, helps with prospects in terms of good projects, good outcomes. That's great. That doesn't add to debt sustainability as long as it's at a reasonable cost of debt service. But then if you have bad debt, which is usually where the transparency issue comes to play, where projects are undertaken without due respect to whether these are growth enhancing or not. You know, sometimes we have seen many of these different projects, as well as ugly debt. And that's key in terms of governance and the experiences we had in the past in terms of hidden debts, where many governments because of governance reasons, because of corruption reasons, accumulated debt which is not necessarily in the interest of their citizens. So I agree with what was said about the need for more coordination, both from the creditor side but also borrower side. And I think it's great that yourselves and CSOs in general are asking and calling for much more transparency, because that's going to be critical to keep everyone up to governance standards and making sure that we don't end up with these more difficult types of debt that we need to deal with. From the IMF side, we have been working very closely with the World Bank on improving transparency. We have been working very closely with the G20, both from the creditors and debtors side. We have websites, both bank and the fund, as much as possible in terms of at least official sector debt, who are the key creditors, and so on. And I think what needs to be done going forward is the creditor countries themselves, to the extent that this is official debt, to be transparent on their exposures to low-income and emerging market countries. I think that's going to be critical.
Thank you, Jayla. So more debt than ever in a landscape where the rules around debt transparency remain somewhat scattered, somewhat voluntary, and other times not enforced. And so I guess now I want to turn to Gregory, who's with us from Lusaka, because Zambia has some experience in this area, both around high levels of debt and dealing with debt transparency in the context of a restructure. Gregory, can you tell us a little bit about the steps you took to disclose Zambia's debts? And what sort of challenges did you face? Were there benefits in the context of the restructuring? And how have your actions been received by your various creditors and the public?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeff. And I really appreciate to be given this opportunity to sit amongst a highly powered panel and to discuss debt transparency. And so from the perspective of the Republic of Zambia, the debt problem has been with us for quite some time. And essentially, we began to see the accumulation of debt between 2014 to somewhere around 2018, 2019. In 2019 itself, we experienced a default, and this essentially began somewhere around October 2019. And by the time it was end of 2019, we had to take some steps as regards debt treatment, starting from contracting of debt, and also the measures that should be undertaken in order to correct the situation. And that involved implementation of a moratorium on contraction of new debt. We also went further and did some exercises that included cancellation of some undisbursed debt, and also rescoping of some of the projects in order to just try and ensure that we regained our debt sustainability. But then transparency was quite critical for us during the process. If you recall, in 2020, coming into 2021, we had the issues to do with debt suspension, debt service suspension initiatives, which were spearheaded by the G20. But then before we got into that, we had to ensure that Zambia's debt was disclosed. and how did we disclose this date and why? We used various methods to disclose Zambia's date. One of them was public announcements through Parliament, and also publications, including the economic reports that are produced in Zambia mid-year and annually. Now, this was quite critical because this was the only basis for us to engage our creditors and ensure that these engagements gave us outcomes that we needed in terms of the debt solutions. It was also critical because it gave us leverage to change public perception, and also it also gave us leverage to sustain access to financing. If you recall, and if you followed the Zambian development of events, at a time when we had very high debt, and we still have, but at a time when the accumulation was quite high, we began facing challenges accessing external financing. And that gave us difficulty in ensuring that funding was given to important sectors such as the social sector, and ensuring that government operations were sustained. So we had to, sharing of information and debt transparency at that time gave us some kind of leverage to access domestic financing. So there was more reliance on domestic financing as opposed to external financing, even when it came to providing the net domestic financing for the budget, especially in 2019, 2020, coming into 2021. So there was more reliance on domestic financing, and that is mainly through government securities, treasury bills, and government bonds. Transparency also helped us manage the exchange rate risk. Through sharing of information on Zambia's date, we were able to access especially foreign participants on government securities, which helped stabilize in a way the exchange rate for the Republic. So we look at transparency in three forms. One, transparency in terms of process. Two, transparency in terms of the numbers. And three, transparency in terms of coverage. In terms of process, we have kept sharing information about what we are doing in terms of finding a solution to Zambia's debt problem. This sharing of information has helped create confidence with all the stakeholders as we find a solution to our problem. In terms of numbers, we have ensured that we share consistent numbers that affect our debt. So we use the debt statistical bulletin now, which is produced quarterly, and this bulletin covers central government debt, guaranteed debt, non-guaranteed debt. We also include disbursed and disbursed amounts to ensure that we share as much information as possible. One of the other issues that we also include in our regular bulletins is the issue of who we owe. We have publicized using the Ministry of Finance website information around all the creditors, what we owe the creditors, debt service that is being undertaken, the disbursements that we are receiving at the moment, just to ensure that we give as much information as possible to the public. In terms of, so I've spoken in terms of process, I've spoken in terms of numbers, I've spoken in terms of the coverage on what we report, how far, or the extent of what we report in terms of our debt issues. We further have gone ahead to try and enhance transparency by ensuring that we enshrine some of the reports in the law. As we speak, we have the loans, the Public Debt Management Bill undergoing legislation in the National Assembly, just to try and enhance transparency. So responding to your question, Jeff, in terms of what we did, where we are, in terms of transparency and how we disclosed the challenges that we faced, I should just say in brief that we had first to ensure that we share the debt numbers to the public, to the creditors, and to everyone involved in order to embark on the process of debt restructuring and ensuring that we regain debt sustainability. There were challenges, of course, because there were suspicions of hidden debt at some point. There were suspicions of collateralized debt at some point, but through transparency and sharing of information, we ensured that some of these perceptions were corrected. And where we are speaking to numbers that are consistent. We are speaking to creditors with confidence, and we have developed some level of trust, even in our engagements. We brought in also the IMF to stand in the gap, sort of. It's an institution that is, of course, comprised of members, various member countries. And our engagements with the IMF have also helped a lot in terms of developing the confidence that we require through the process that we've embarked on, and that is the process of debt restructuring. For now, let me end there, unless there will be further questions, Jeff. Thank you.
No, that is great, Gregory. And if I can just say, I know it's 6:30 in the morning in Lusaka, and I did not look as good as you do at 6:30 in the morning Bali time this morning. So thank you very much for making the effort. And it's super encouraging, actually, to hear both that it's possible that you were able to do it, and that it actually had some benefits for government itself and ultimately for the people of Zambia. And I want to turn now to Jason from AfroDad, just to ask, how many Zambias are there out there in Africa? We hear a lot about debt and debt transparency in Africa, Jason, and I guess we just wanted to get your assessment of where things stand.
Yes, Jeff, thank you so much. And first of all, can I just congratulate you on a wonderful anecdote to which you started this panel, because the topic we're discussing really is as complex as that in terms of how we define transparency and what transparency means to different people. To you, it was telling your lovely wife at the time that you got the pods that that this credit card came through, and for her, it was something that should have been revealed way before the pods were bought at the time when the credit card came through the post, right? And I think this is something that Penelope, Saylor, and Gregory have also touched upon in their submissions. The idea of transparency really is very different to different stakeholders in the debt market or in the debt landscape. To government, it is publishing statistics to multilateral agencies. It's the having access to those statistics to give advice, and to citizens, it's actually being able to access those statistics, those contracts, those very fine details that explain what debt contraction actually means for them and for their development and their participation in everyday life. So I do think that complexity of how transparency is viewed really does then vary in how we perceive whether transparency is being achieved or whether there is progress being made towards getting to greater transparency on public debt matters across the world and specifically across the continent. Certainly, we've seen with the onset of the crises, particularly the global pandemic, and now with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, that there's ever more demand for different types of transparency. I think Gregory has mentioned something here that was very interesting about how the government of Zambia had to think through providing certain types of data in order to allow its debt to either in some cases to cancel some of the borrowing or restructure and reprofile some of its existing debt in order to get creditors to the table. But certainly, by publishing debt, also the restoration of confidence in the public and in citizens that, that the government is taking the right approach and is taking the necessary steps is also very important at the citizens level, because then there is this feeling of this sense of debt conversation.
Jason, we're losing you.
In matters of debt contraction has, like many other development finance issues, been something that's very much limited to a small scope of people or a small group of stakeholders. And the general public have never necessarily felt it to be important to be involved in these conversations. And therefore, even if or where there are provisions in the law or within the debt framework at the national level, there's been very little engagement in this. And I'll use also the country Kenya, where I'm from, where we have relatively good access to, or at least provisions for loan information or debt information that is contracted by the government, publicly available through the National Treasury website. But the public's interaction or the ability of the public to interact and access this information is quite limited, because you've got a very complicated website, or you've got very broad figures that don't have the minutiae of detail that would enable you to understand what exactly the government is doing. And this also then extends to the role of Parliament and other oversight institutions and bodies, right? Because as part of the broader transparency conversation, you want both the public and public oversight bodies to be able to understand what exactly government business and government operations are doing with these huge sums of money that are being contracted. So I think as an opening remark, that would be my submission, is that transparency is very complex. It's also very important to realize that it cannot be transparency on one side of the table or one side of the coin, which is on the borrower side or the debtor country side. I think it's important that, given we have such a complex creditor system now in terms of actors and lenders, there needs to be some rethinking. And I think both Sailor and Nolby touched on this. There needs to be some rethinking of what transparency means for lenders. How do they also present and provide information in a public way and in a transparent way to understand how they're making the decisions to lend to countries. So I think I'll just stop there for now as initial remarks. Thank you.
No, thank you, Jason. And you raised a really interesting point there about this not being a one-sided type of issue. And it reminds me that one of the complaints that Jalsa, my wife, had, who I've now embarrassed in front of millions of people, is that she said, why didn't the credit card company reach out to me? Why didn't she come to me and disclose to me that this was happening? And I had no good answers for her. But you made a really good point also about the popularization of understanding debt transparency and debt in general. And I think we've certainly experienced that from Open Society Foundations as well, that it is very difficult in the public imagination to understand some of these complex issues. But one of the things that seems to have crystallized is that China's to blame for at least some of this. And what I really like about your work, Hannah, is that you bring a rather nuanced and sophisticated view to China's role within the debt architecture generally, but also around this issue of debt transparency. And I wonder if you could speak to that a little bit.
Sure, and thank you very much again for the invitation to be here and speak on this panel. And I really welcome everything that everyone has said. There's a lot that I agree with, and that I think we're making a lot of progress on this area. I want to, if I can go back to the presentation to put these things in a bit of context, to go back to the presentation from the Deputy Minister before this panel began. I think what was interesting about that presentation was two things. One, that what the Deputy Minister was presenting was not just transparency around what debt was and the levels of debt, but also the levels of debt compared to the economy, which is an important distinction, and also the levels of debt in relation to what the debt is delivering. And I think one of the issues in terms of general debt transparency and including with respect to what countries like Zambia are trying to do now with parliamentary scrutiny and so on, is that we're not necessarily taking into account the return on debt and what debt is actually meant to be delivering. There's this kind of overall perception that debt is bad, but it's not. It is there for a reason. And I think it was really great to have the reminder from the Deputy Minister about that it's playing a function in Indonesia. It plays a significant function in other economies. And to be honest, the question I would have for your wife, or for you, Jeff, really, is, well, what function are your AirPods playing? Are they helping you to be more productive? And if so, are you going to get that 200 USD back quickly or not? And that comes to the core of this question around sustainability. But it also comes to the core of this question for how China engages on these questions. So to give you just a bit of context, again, our work is with China. I'm not here to speak on behalf of the Chinese government. That's, we're an independent firm. But we do engage a lot with Chinese stakeholders. We engage a lot with African governments who are working with China, getting loans from different Chinese creditors. But generally, the view from China, and based on its own experience, and I think this would be an experience which is shared across Asia in particular, is that debt can be used for very helpful means. It can solve development challenges. And so that is as important to China as a lender as the actual volumes of debt. What is the return on whatever kind of project? And that attitude with regards to debt and with regards to lending then drives how China acts in multilateral forums. And it drives how China acts with regards to transparency as well. The other aspect of China's engagement goes back to a very long-standing principle of international engagement, which is kind of encompassed in the Bandung Conference of 1955, which is around non-interference. And therefore, for instance, it is not incumbent on China as a lender to be transparent with regards to its loans to other countries, except with regards to China's own domestic citizens of how it is engaging overseas. But for instance, it is Zambia's decision to be transparent to its own public. It is Zambia's decision I'm just using Zambia as an example, or Kenya's decision to decide whether it wants to disclose particular contracts. Even if, for instance, there are, and we've seen some publicity around this sort of idea of hidden loans, the idea of secret clauses, etc. If we look at some of those contracts which have been disclosed, which are in relation to Chinese contracts, many of them are from governments that have a policy of transparent disclosure. So it's a kind of a principle of respect for the government or the government-to-government relations between China and its borrowers. So that does make China a very different lender, a very different kind of lender to, say, the Paris Club lenders, and so on. It's perhaps one can think of China almost more like the private creditors in some way, in the sense of it is government's responsibilities to do that. So I think that's where the questions of how do we drive, as for instance, as Africans or people from lower middle income countries, how do we drive a race to the top in terms of transparency? How do we engage citizens on those questions? How can citizens kind of push governments to be more transparent in those sorts of contexts? Because these things, they can work, and they do work. But again, we have to look at several sides of it, not just the liability side, but also the assets.
Great. So very important to have domestically driven demands for debt transparency and not always rely on them to be imposed from outside. But we are here at the G20, which is a multilateral forum of governments that have some common interests, and one of them is in debt transparency. And so I want to turn to you now, because we have heard a little bit about the efforts that the G20 has made, and one in particular that is featured in a couple of communiques recently, that the OECD is in charge of housing. They have a debt transparency initiative, I gather, and just wanted to get your assessment of that initiative, its strengths, its weaknesses, and what you think we should be doing this week.
Okay, thank you, Jeffrey. So we learned about that initiative, and as early as 2021, civil society organizations already laid out some of the points that they would have wanted to see in the initiative. So I've been also monitoring progress on this end, but maybe you can also enlighten me on that. But for example, there's really, I haven't seen, or correct me if I'm wrong, the participation of stakeholders, of the borrowing countries themselves. So we don't see that, and that's really, to me, as an ordinary person, that seems common sense, that the governments that borrowed in our name, those are public debts that we are eventually going to pay, are not included in the very design from the very beginning of the process. And another thing is also the involvement, the participation and consultation with very important stakeholders that will be affected. So this includes people themselves, people who are bearing the burden of the public debt. So this may include trade unions and civil society organizations, academicians, and so on. We also note that it's of course very welcome. Any initiative that seeks to improve transparency is very welcome, very important, because there's really more a lack of it than a lot of it, no? So, but we also note that if you start with a design that is not as inclusive as we want to be, so that also affects values of impartiality and credibility, which we think cannot be divorced from transparency. No? So you can be transparent, you can claim to be transparent about data, but how that data is going to be received, if it's seen as credible and involved inclusive consultations, that's also important. We also note that perhaps we need a definition of what is debt sustainability in the principles themselves, because even the IMF has recognized that the problem is clearly systemic and structural. Even before the pandemic, there was already a clear trend of elevated debt accumulation. So we may need to look at, or we may need to have a clear definition of debt sustainability that's not only a financial accounting. So in terms of being transparent on the data, it shouldn't just be financial accounting. No? It should look also at other indices, which I think the IMF has also begun to recognize, such as climate vulnerabilities, the macro criticality of gender and labor, for example. So that also has to be included as part of your transparency benchmarks. It's quite a list, but, let me just point out one thing more that we would have wanted to see in terms of really pushing that a more expansive group of stakeholders are included in the process, is that we need perhaps a stronger emphasis on lenders' responsibility. So from the inputs of Ms. Blankenberg earlier, she mentioned the principles on responsible sovereign borrowing and lending, and you will see that Article 1 actually is on lenders' responsibilities. So the subtext there is the unwritten ethical responsibility of those who have the resources, that we also expect more from them. So the primacy of lenders' responsibility in terms of the transparency, ensuring that the value of transparency is there, it's really emphasized. So I think we need to look also at all the other initiatives that Penelope mentioned and look at this in terms of their interoperability with the IIF voluntary principles to make all these initiatives come together, harmonized, and make them work in a complementary way. And I think it's also been mentioned before that by now it should be clear that voluntary really doesn't work. So it was also mentioned earlier by Ms. Blankenberg on really a binding mandate that under the auspices of the UN that could probably have a stronger chance of making this happen. No? That it's really mandated to include the private sector lenders. And we all know that from the statistics earlier mentioned, that privately held debt, public debt, has really overtaken the more traditional sources, and this presents all sorts of problems that if for example, it's not mentioned that private sector lenders are also borrowers themselves under, for example, public-private partnerships, where they enter countries not with little equity as compared to debt. So they borrow through the governments, by which they get cheaper rates, and then this eventually gets to be translated as public debts. No? If things do not go as planned, and there are sovereign guarantees, so the private debts become assumed as public debt. So there's now, for example, in my country, the Philippines, huge contingent liabilities are hanging over our heads, like the proverbial Damocles sword. So you don't see this in the books until the contingency arises. And the fact that our Department of Finance has raised this, which is not doesn't happen very often because they also are very sensitive about their credit ratings, but that they mentioned it is really a cause for alarm. So maybe I'll stop there, Jeff, and these are just some of our concerns that I need to raise.
Thank you, May. So stunning as it may be, we are at the top of the hour here, and I'm conscious that Gregory, Penelope, and Jason have not had breakfast yet, and our participants here have not had lunch. So we're going to have to try and wrap this up very quickly, but I do want to turn to each of our participants before we close, just to ask for any closing remarks, and also just very, very briefly, could you just tell us what you want to see in the G20 communique this week? I mean, for the 20 deputies who I'm positive are tuned in right now and hanging on every word, what would you like them to make sure is included in this week's communique? Hope in the God willing eventuality that we have one. Let's see, Penelope, can we start with you?
Yes, thank you, Jeff. And thank you to the very helpful contributions for all of these, all of you on the panel. I really do appreciate what you've been saying. I mean, from my perspective, I think it really is useful if we bear in mind that transparency is not created in a vacuum. And thank you very much, May, for those kind words about the principles on responsible sovereign lending and borrowing. And as you mentioned, this is about both the responsibilities of the lenders and the borrowers. The principles, as you may recall, were initiated after the global financial crisis. And the process that backstopped that process of development of these principles was a multi-year process with the who's who of international experts, legal and otherwise, to actually start to present a full, expansive process for soft law. And indeed, I was sent a document just the other day by UNDESA, where they'd actually gone through all of the current principles. The UNCTAD principles are the only ones that are truly comprehensive, because they cover the lenders and the borrowers, and because they do not stop at 5 or 6 or whatever principles. There are 15. Some of them relate to lenders and to borrowers. And the issue about these responsibilities is that one has to really remember that what is underlying these principles is that it wants to set out good practices that help prevent unsustainable lending and borrowing and good, sound use of the funds. That's what it's about. And so when we say in the principles, lenders have an agency responsibility, they have a responsibility to ensure informed decisions. They have responsibility to ensure due authorization. They have that responsibility to the citizens of the country that is undertaking that borrowing and to the government so that they can actually make sound decisions. So, and in the same way, the borrower responsibilities, when we say they have a responsibility for transparency, we are not simply saying they must have some level of disclosure. We are saying that the process of obtaining financing and assuming sovereign debt obligations should be transparent, that governments should put in place management to ensure that there's been sound approval and authorization of that. So this is really seen as a partnership of engaging in debt, undertaking debt. So that for me, I think, is something that really is crucial. And I mean, certainly to Gregory's point, we can see that there are benefits for borrowing countries to provide this transparency. But there is this huge benefit that on a global basis, that unless we have sound, responsible behavior on the lender and the borrower side, we actually don't get to this position that Gregory so eloquently set out of a position of trust. And so instead we have this very half-hearted sort of set of so-called ticking boxes. I mean, in the Paris Forum last week, there was a comment made by the IIF that in fact, we would give more information, but we have to get waivers from the borrowing country to allow us to provide this information. Now, however we want to look at that statement, the reality is that we are not working in a position of good faith and trust to move the situation forward. Jeff, you ask about what we'd like to see in this statement by the G20. Well, in the first instance, from the perspective of the UN, we'd like to see a statement. And then, of course, we would like to say that we really need to have something that speaks to this debt catastrophe that we perceive just waiting in the wings, and something that really is a useful and urgent response to this situation. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Penelope. Jayla, can I come to you next?
Thank you. So in terms of what we would like to see from the G20, and then I'll also make a few comments about what I heard so far. From the G20, I think it was very important to come up with the common framework. It's basically official creditors coordination, which is very much needed given the change in the creditor landscape. And it would be very important to make sure that we have successful cases. We have Chad and Zambia, which have their creditor committee meetings in July, making progress on these concrete cases as well as technical work on Ethiopia. I think it's going to be very critical by the end of this month or early August, because otherwise we as IMF and other multilateral institutions are not able to help these countries which are going through very difficult times. So making sure that we have success cases, that at least with these two countries, which then will allow others to come in. And also going forward, the processes and the timelines needs to be much more clear and already in terms of decided. It took many months to agree to put together the creditor committee. I don't think we can afford this going forward. Third issue, clarifying the comparability of treatment with private sector lenders. This is very much needed, and making sure what these processes and procedures are. And finally, extending the creditor, official creditor coordination to non-common framework eligible countries like Sri Lanka and others are going to be important. So these are the four things which I would like to see from the G20. We have said this many times before, and I think there's some progress, so hopefully we'll see this going forward. In terms of what was mentioned, I think it's important to know, to agree that there are different forms of transparency. Transparency among creditors and the lenders, this is the debt reconciliation process, which is very critical. And there you go into all the details. You don't need that level of details, contract by contract, to be transparent to citizens. So that's a different form of disclosure, which is much less granular, but at the same time has to be comprehensive. And then transparency to multilateral institutions like ourselves, so that we could go ahead and provide support to countries. So we need to be careful that we don't put all these different forms of transparency into one bucket, because I don't think that's helpful. What we do need to avoid is bad types of debt, as I mentioned before, like collateralized debt. Mortgage collateral is good, that's a good form of collateralization, but there are many, like the Chad case was mentioned with Glencore, types of collateral debt which is not good for the country nor the international community. Last but not least, we have had a lot of regulatory forbearance which was needed during the time of the pandemic, especially private sector debt. It's very important that central banks and regulatory authorities do the contingency planning, asset quality reviews, to make sure that we don't end up with a lot of non-performing debt from the private sector going forward. So I think that's an important issue that we shouldn't forget about. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Jayla. Gregory, can we go to you next? Gregory, are you still with us? Okay, we'll come back to you. Jason?
Yes, yes, Jeff. I'm still on the call. And I think much has been spoken. I just want perhaps to just add that I think from the perspective of the G20 and what we would like to see perhaps is that from our experience, there's some members of the G20 that are not very, very committed in terms of meeting the timelines. When the process began to do with the common framework, especially with respect to Zambia, the experience was that the majority of the G20 members were willing immediately to come to the table and try to find a solution around Zambia's debt. But we saw one or so official lenders essentially delaying the process. So in that we say, I think there's need for much more commitment if the G20 as a group has to find a solution to a member country, as it were. But also want to just reemphasize that, you know, the issue of transparency from our perspective, as I said, borders on the process you are undertaking to resolve the debt problem. It also borders on the numbers and also the coverage of the debt reporting. And perhaps I would also just want to dwell on the importance of debt transparency from the perspective of Zambia. And what we see is that a transparent kind of process provides a platform that influences decision-making meant to halt accumulation of debt. So if you have a transparent process, a transparent system, right from the beginning, it will act as a check in terms of governance and the measures that they have to take in order to prevent accumulation of further debt. It also helps influence regulation in that regard. A transparent system also would assist in terms of multilaterals making a decision on how to help a particular country. And we've seen that from our perspective, the support that we've gotten from the World Bank and from the IMF during our experience as Zambia up to where we are. We also have seen that transparency provides the means to access finance, because from Zambia's perspective, had we not been transparent, especially up to where we are, even if the debt problem is not yet resolved, we would have had a worse crisis in terms of financing the budget. But we had something to rely on, and that is domestic financing, only because we ensured that we shared as much information as possible to the domestic and international financial market in order to influence decisions of investors, especially domestically, where we tended to rely as we endured the time of a debt crisis. The transparency also has helped accelerate the process for debt restructuring. We are where we are now, where we say that we have already reached the staff level agreement with the IMF, and the official creditors committee is sitting in order to try and resolve our debt crisis. It is because we have shared as much information as possible to try and accelerate the debt restructuring process. So I think that is what we'd like to submit from my perspective as regards what is expected of the G20. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gregory. And it's very clear, just from your intervention, that this is a government that is going places. Can we move to Jason? Jason, what would you like to see in this communique this week? Hoping that we have one. And any final quick closing remarks?
Yes, thanks. And thanks to all my fellow panelists for a very exciting conversation. I think two things. The first one is really a very strong commitment to trying to make the common framework a workable and long-term sustainable solution to managing and dealing with debt issues across the globe, and particularly for African countries. I think Gregory has highlighted just very clearly the several steps needed to get the common framework to a place that is one that is respectable, it has legitimacy, and has, the interests of particularly the borrowers' interests at heart, with the idea of really trying to get to amicable solutions. But also at the same time, with the continued demand or strong asks for all creditors to come into the common framework in a constructive way, and not a sort of the you show me yours, I'll show you mine approach, as Penelope had mentioned in her opening intervention. And I think this is very, very important if the common framework is going to be successful, if it's going to gain legitimacy. And as Sailor said, if there are other countries that are going to follow in the path of Chad, Ethiopia, and Zambia in getting onto it, should they need to. So I think that would be my sort of big ask there in the context of the common framework. I think more broadly speaking, from the G20, there needs to be an important recognition of Africa as a continent and its place in global finance, global trade, global commerce. I've said this on other platforms that, the continent's position and its role and function in global matters has changed dramatically in recent decades, and therefore the political economy, the architectural setup needs to appreciate and realize these changes and therefore adjust itself to an African continent that does have capacity, that does have political and economic agency, and does have a very strong right to be at the table making rules and not just taking them. And so I do think that, this is one of these key moments in time where we need to really emphasize these types of messages, because the level of success with many of these initiatives, with these initiatives is the political aspect and the political will and capital that countries are able to bring to these discussions and to these forums. Great. And I think lastly, it's really to emphasize that transparency is a win-win for everyone. And even if you stratify it as Sailor has described in her final submission, the end game is that everyone benefits. And to round off with your anecdote, Jeff, is that had there been transparency right from the get-go, the credit card would have been used, the headphones would have been purchased, and everyone would be benefiting from these new high-tech pods that you have, right? Because we're not worried about paying the credit card bill because we knew that this is coming. You get to enjoy some really nice soundproof or noise cancellation conference calls, and everyone is happy. And I think that for me is the centrality of this debt transparency conversation. When you macro it up to national level, when citizens feel part and parcel of the process, as May mentioned, very key stakeholder in issues of debt contraction, because the impact of the lack of transparency traditionally and disproportionately falls on to citizens, and further still, young and who bear the brunt of the lack of transparency in debt contraction when things tend to sort of go pear-shaped. So that for me would be the sort of closing remark on the topic itself, but also some of the conversation that would hopefully make it into the G20 communique. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason, and really appreciate your comments there, although I think you're taking Jocelyn's side, which she will be very happy about. Hannah, can we turn to you?
Yeah, so what would I like to see in the communique? Perhaps I could say what I would not first. I have to say, Development Reimagined, we are in the business of reimagining. And therefore, talking about the G20 Common Framework, we don't assess that as a reimagined way of dealing with debt challenges. What we have is the idea of bringing creditors around a table, often without the borrower even present, to be able to advocate for themselves and to be able to, as Jason was talking about, provide that and give that agency in terms of representing citizens and what they need going forwards. So we're not particularly enamored or kind of going to be suggesting that the G20 Common Framework is necessarily the way to go. In fact, what would be wonderful is to see countries like Zambia, Ethiopia, Chad, and others who are having challenges like Sri Lanka actually come together to coordinate themselves. And so what we would even like to see is the G20 express support for borrowers coordinating and discussing amongst themselves what they can do and how they have dealt with different creditors and how they can deal even better with those creditors, and therefore continue to be representative and accountable to their own citizens rather than be accountable primarily to creditors. So we're not particularly kind of interested in seeing the common framework. So I'm just explaining that. What we are interested in seeing would be support from the G20 to borrowers to deliver on transparency, and deliver on transparency with regards to citizens, not just on the liabilities, contingent or otherwise, but also on the assets that are created and that they are creating with the debts that countries are going into. So we want to see both sides, transparency on liabilities and also on debt, and also transparency on assets and asset creation. It's just as important to know what debt is delivering, where the economy is going, as it is as to the volume of the debt. Second of all, it would be great to see in the communique a reference to, again, reviewing debt sustainability frameworks from that perspective. So our debt sustainability frameworks, are they taking into account asset creation? Even again with what the Deputy Minister was talking about, they don't take into that growth into account. And so we would like to see that much more. And then last but not least, would definitely like to see an extension of the debt sustainability, the debt suspension initiative, which has stalled and would be excellent to continue. Debt suspension, that will provide extra fiscal space. It will also, and especially in the context of continuing inflation, supply chain challenges, and so on, the debt suspension initiative continued and expanded not only for a much longer time period, perhaps 2 or 3 years, but also, for example, expanded to the multilaterals so that they also take some of the burden as well as the debtors and borrowers. So those are the 3 things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hannah. And last but not least, May, tell us what our deputies should include this week.
Okay, so one is like a wish for the communique to speak to, and that's also about China, that if all lenders applied the same pressure for transparency on themselves as they do to China, I think that would be a clear sign of some movement forward. And secondly, as it's been repeated several times, that participation is an important value that you cannot take away from transparency. So it must be embedded in that effort. And through ensuring that there's really inclusive and broad-based transparency, perhaps the G20 can pick up on previous ask for support for comprehensive debt audits. And perhaps there can be learnings on the experiences of countries where civil society and governments have worked together to weed out certain debts of questionable nature, suspend payments on those debts, and free up the funds for those debts to other more urgent concerns. Thank you.
Great, thank you, May. So with that, I want to thank our panelists and our millions of viewers online and the folks here in the room here today as well. Let's go and get some lunch, and we'll see you again soon.
Well, thank you so much, Jeff, for a very fruitful discussion. And there will be the third session. And I also would like to welcome Mr. Ambassador Jani from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we have a break lunch for 30 minutes, and we will. Oh no. Okay, so all of the panelists are busy right now, so we would like to invite directly to the third session. And all ladies and gentlemen, you can also bring the lunch to the room. Thank you. But it will be started like a few minutes later. Trian Saljani sebagai Koserpa untuk presidensi G20 Indonesia. Enggak, sesi 3 nggak ada bahasa Indonesia. Gimana? Jadi kemarin saya udah sampaikan ke Pak Rino.
Oh, jadi Indonesia tidak bisa.
Soalnya kan nggak bisa masuk katanya, karena harus partisipasi. Sesi 3 kayaknya udah enggak deh Pak. Indonesia Inggris enggak, jadi kita cuma Inggris sama Prancis doang. Udah diinfo belum? Oh gitu. Iya, tapi semalam saya baru kontak, baru ngobrol sama beliau. Jadi ini udah jam 1:30 sih. Iya. Sudah sampai sesi 2. Itu ya.
Ya, karena kalau tidak solusi yang saya kasih saya di Zoom.
Nah itu sebenarnya saya juga
ada ruangan yang tenang.
Iya, ada kita sebenarnya room sebenarnya. Tapi karena terakhir keputusan cancel jadinya engfry doang. Boleh nggak? Oh nggak pernah. Terima kasih ya Bapak, terima kasih.
Bisa, tapi hostnya harus memang punya
Add
account.
just add interpreter kan, itu bisa beberapa kan? Pak. Okay, sorry ladies and gentlemen, for the next session will be started soon and please be seated, thank you. Bapak Ibu, sebentar lagi acara akan segera dimulai, dipersilahkan untuk duduk kembali dan apabila berkenan untuk makan siang silahkan dibawa ke dalam ruangan. Terima kasih. Baik, selamat datang Bapak Ambasador Trian Sajani dari Koserpa untuk Presidensi G20 di Indonesia. Well, the next session will be started soon and this session 3 will discuss more about multilateralism, G20 and Africa. Now, starting the third session, I would like to invite the Ambassador Trian Sajani as the Koserpa for Indonesia G20 Presidency, Mr. His Excellency Trian Sajani, the time is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleague, let me start by thank you, my dear colleagues from INDEF, for extending this invitation for me to speak before this esteemed forum. But before doing so, I would also like to kindly say hello to His Excellency Amadou Ba, the Minister of Economy and Finance of the Government of Senegal. Of course, my dear friend, Sherpa colleagues Trudy Makaya, which is the G20 Sherpa for South Africa, who is also the Special Economic Advisor to President Cyril Ramaphosa, and Patricia Pollard, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for International Monetary Policy, U.S. Treasury, Ohio Omiu Uno from Afronomis Club, and Teteh Hormelku Ajel, the head of program of Third World Network Africa. I used to have a lot of dealing with my TWN in Geneva when I was ambassador, so just to say hello to colleagues from the Third World Network. And of course, the moderator, Hannah Ryder, the Executive Director for Development Reimagine. Now, colleague, my pleasure is to be here to set the tone for set the tone for further discussion on multilateralism, G20 and Africa. As the last session, our discussion will certainly be enriched by insights from previous session on the case for distressed middle-income country, as well as debt transparency initiative. Now, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, before going to the G20 FMCBG meeting, in the last few days, as you know, we have had the G20 foreign ministerial meeting, which have taken the agenda of strengthening multilateralism and how to address the food and energy security. And I would proudly say that for the first time this year, the G20 foreign ministers have sit together in one room to discuss important issues confronting all of us. And just to also report to colleagues that we just had the G20 Sherpa meeting, which concluded yesterday. And myself and my Sherpa colleagues, including Trudy, have exchanged views on how to produce concrete deliverables that can be agreed for the Bali summit, as well as discussing the progress in various Sherpa track. We also had the opportunity to hear from my colleague Wempi on what's happening in the finance track. And I'm glad to report that we have worked together constructively and moving forward to address the shared global challenges. Now, these two meetings certainly built the momentum and charted the course for the rest of our G20 presidency, and of course, hopefully to advance the spirit of multilateralism and put forward the agenda of developing countries, especially in Africa, which will be relevant for our discussion in today's session. I should like to start, participant, that as the pandemic still continues, the world are still facing another potential economic downturn due to the crisis in Ukraine. The situation there is setting in motion a three-dimensional crisis on food, energy, and finance. Food price index is at a near record level, 20.8 higher than this time last year. Crude oil is now over $120 per barrel, and energy prices overall are expected to rise by 50% this year. And of course, fertilizer prices have more than doubled. If not addressed, will aggravate global hunger. We were quite fortunate that during the finance minister meeting as well as the Sherpa meeting, we had a presentation from the World Bank as well as the IMF, and also the UN representative on energy, as well as Irena on the WFP, FAO. So we had a clear picture of what's happening in the world in the recent months. Now, to compound that, rising interest rate and growing uncertainties has certainly eroded both the value of developing countries' currency as well as their capacity to borrow in foreign markets. Distinguished participants, despite the widespread impact of the crisis, not all are exposed in the same way. Developing and low-income countries are impacted the most. Needless to say, one of the most vulnerable regions is Africa. In Africa, 58 million people living just above the poverty line are at risk of sliding into poverty due to the combined effects of the pandemic and the crisis in Ukraine. And this is what we gather from many of the presentations during the foreign minister meeting as well as the Sherpa. Countries in sub-Saharan Africa, for example, remain significantly vulnerable, with 1 out of every 2 Africans in the region exposed to all 3 dimensions of the crisis. The region is particularly exposed to the financial dimension, given the number of countries at high risk of debt distress. While the food crisis will worsen due to the intense drought in the Horn of Africa, these alarming facts must create a global urgency to act. Multilateralism is the best way to coordinate effective responses against global challenges. The only mechanism where all countries, regardless of their size and wealth, stand on equal footing and are treated equally. However, the deliverance of multilateralism requires trust. We have no option but to strengthen strategic trust and mutual respect among us. These are key ingredients. As a manifestation of multilateralism, G20 is well positioned to make contribution. With its economic size, there is no other forum with more significant for global economy than the G20. Multilateralism is also best to serve Africa's development and has been a major theme in G20 for many years. The 2016 Chinese presidency initiated work on supporting Africa industrialization, while the 2017 German presidency initiated the G20 Compact with Africa to promote private investment in Africa. Last year's G20 Foreign Minister meeting in Matera also discussed the agenda to support Africa. Indonesia believes that global support to Africa must be Africa-driven, based on actual needs and priorities. African solution to address African challenges. Inclusivity is key, and precisely the point that our presidency has always stressed the word inclusivity. During our presidencies of G20, we have invited the African Union and NEPAD, together with representatives of small island developing countries, Pacific Island Forums, and the CARICOM, Caribbean Community, for the first time, to lift up their voices in G20 solution. It certainly is awkward, I must say, if we're talking about climate and the countries that are directly affected, which is the Pacific Island countries, the CARICOM, the small island countries, and countries in Africa are not part of the conversation. This is something that we really must do. And precisely the point that first time in history that we not only push this idea of inclusivity to the forefront. Inclusivity also means that we have to engage all stakeholders. Government cannot do it alone. We need the help of private sectors, we need the help of CSO, we need to have a partnership with philanthropists, and precisely the point that we in Indonesia this year initiated the initiative of having concrete deliverables. The idea is quite simple. When we are being asked by people in Bali, by people in Ohio, in Timbuktu, what has the G20 done for them? And that would be easily answered with projects, with programs, with initiatives that really matters, what we call by concrete deliverables. In the last SERPA meeting, we have discussed this, and now we have in the process of curation of more than 200 projects from philanthropists from all over the world, working together with international organizations, G20 countries with others, with invited countries also, and precisely the point. Concrete deliverables could also be in the form of financial intermediary funds, which my colleague from the finance track and the health is working on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. This has been discussed, and hopefully we could come up with a closure on this. The idea is simple: to close the financing gap and answer future global pandemics and health emergencies. In the finance track, we are also working on a common framework for debt treatments. Through many initiatives, G20 also urged private sector to actively contribute in the debt treatments of African nations. We encourage our African friends to expedite all of this. To address food and energy security, my foreign ministers just last week introduced the concept of the 3 A's. The 3 A's is not the AAA in the United States, but the 3 A's simply in the G20 as guiding principle to solve the food and energy crisis. It's accessibility, it's affordability, and achieving sustainability. Simple wording, but have deeper meaning. Distinguished participants, in responding to the global challenges, it is clear that G20 must succeed and remain intact as the premier forum on international economic cooperation. The unity of G20 has no substitute. And I personally always say that when the dust settles down, the only forum that are able to address global responses will be the G20. What G20 can do is to be more adaptive to address the emerging crisis while also resolving the pre-existing challenges. What G20 should do is to embrace others outside the grouping and collaborate closely to increase resilience and stability, promote productivity, ensure sustainable and inclusive growth, and create enabling environment that will master multi-stakeholder partnership. We must coordinate global policy responses, translate policy into concrete action, and then ensure concrete action is felt and has benefit to all, including the African continent. I would like to close by reminding participants of the theme of our G20 presidencies, which is Recover Together, Recover Stronger. And when one adds the word multilateralism in that theme, it becomes a sentence that draws a more deeper meaning. Multilateralism recover together, multilateralism recover stronger. Meaning, if we want multilateral to recover, then it must be done together. And if we are able to do it, then multilateralism will be even stronger than before and be able to address global problems in our global village. I started to think that I would like to come up with an old African quote. If you really want to move fast, you do it alone. But if you really want to, correct me if I'm wrong, if you want to, the other way around, right? You have to do it together. So I think you can correct that old African proverb in the sense that the understanding is very deep, meaning that we have to work together if we want to get to a certain point where everyone will benefit. That's a loosely Chinese type of translation on that old African proverb. I hope you can correct me later on with that. With that, I would like to close, and of course, we're looking forward to hearing all of your perspective. And I know for sure my sister Trudy will add more to the discussion, as she is also the Sherpa of South Africa. So thank you very much, dear colleagues, and have a nice day.
Well, thank you so much, Ambassador Triansah Jani, Steko Sherpa for Indonesia G20 presidency, for a very brilliant keynote speech in this session. So this session, we will also have various speakers. Amando Baas, the Minister of Economy and Finance from the government of Senegal. Trudy Makaya as G20 Sherpa for South Africa, and also Special Economic Advisor to the President of Cyril Ramaphosa. Patricia Pollard, Deputy Assistant Secretary for the International Monetary Policy, U.S. Treasury. Professor Ohio Omyunu from Agronomics Law. And the last one is Tete Hormikuache as the Head of Programs, Third World Network Africa. And also the moderator, please welcome Hannah Ryder as the Executive Director from Development Reimagine. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite all of the panelists to join me here, please. And I'm hoping those online are also listening. Just checking. I think we have one more seat, please. No. Before we begin, I would just like to check that we have one other speaker, a panelist who will be joining us from online. I'm not sure that you can hear me. I'm going to check your microphone. Thank you. Oh, that's much better, isn't it? I was trying to project my voice, but not good enough. Yes, have we got Mr. Tete joining us online? Tete Homeku Adje. Mr. Adje, are you there? Well, why don't
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Good.
I'm here, but thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Now, there has been a little bit of a change to our lineup, but nevertheless, we have a very, very distinguished panel for you today. And so what I'm going to do is just introduce the overall topic, which has, to be honest, been very well introduced by the ambassador. But nevertheless, and then I will also just share with you the brief bios of our panelists before we really get into this discussion. So I'm Hannah Ryder, CEO of Development Reimagined. We're an African-led development consultancy, primarily based in China, but also in Kenya and the UK. To my immediate left, I have Mr. Sheikh Diagne, who is the special advisor to the Minister of Economy and Finance for Senegal. And Senegal, as some of you will know, hopefully lots of you will know, is currently the chairing the African Union. So has a very important position with regards to African policy and Africa's role in multilateralism. So thank you very much for joining us. We have next on the panel is Patricia Pollard, who is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for International Monetary Policy at the US Treasury. And she has been focused on G20 and engagement with the International Monetary Policy and International Monetary Fund. And you actually worked for the International Monetary Fund for a while. So very pleased to have you here with us. Thank you very much for joining us. Next on the list, we have Assistant Secretary for Multilateral Development and Trade Affairs, William Roos, for the French Treasury. Again, very happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Previously was at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and also Economic Counselor in South Africa. And of course, South Africa are members of the G20. Unfortunately for today, not present on our panel, and unfortunately were not able to join us. But nevertheless, I'm sure with our other African guests as well, we will be able to engage in understanding where South Africa can also add value and does add value in the G20. And then on the far left, we have Professor Omiunu, sorry, my dear goodness, who is joining us and has come in from Abuja, Nigeria. He is the editor of Afronomics Law, which is I'm trying to think how to describe Afronomics Law, but it is a really, really fantastic organization pulling together legal expertise from across the African continent and who look at issues of sovereign debt, but also other aspects of trade law and so on together. And so he joins us today with that expertise in mind, and I'm looking forward to a very fruitful conversation. And then last but not least, online, we have Mr. Tete Homeku Ajay, who is the head of programs for Third World Network Africa, and looking forward also to his contributions to the discussion, also linking into the international economic legal agenda as well. So, with all those introductions, it's time for me to stop speaking. But what I would like to really kick off this conversation, and I'm hoping we will have a conversation, is really the aim of this discussion is to discuss and review Africa's role in multilateralism more broadly, and with regards to why we're talking about that here, specifically with regards to the G20. And as we all know, South Africa is the only African country which is represented in the G20. At the same time, there is the European Union that is in the G20, and the African continent as a whole is the 8th largest economy in the world. So there's a general question as to why the African continent, through the regional organizations, has not yet been incorporated into G20. But that aside, perhaps before we get into that part of the discussion, I would like us to provide some kind of broader context in terms of Africa's role in multilateralism. And in that sense, I'd like to come to you first, Mr. Diagne, and ask you about this question of how has the African continent been represented in multilateral forums, and what are the risks, in a sense, of perhaps an underrepresentation?
Thank you very much, Hanan, and good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I am very pleased to be with you, and it's an honor for me to be representing the African Union alongside esteemed panelists who are also colleagues in some of the work that we're doing this year on the CBG meetings. To answer your question directly, yes, historically, Africa has been underrepresented in large multilateral settings, whether it is the G20, the OECD, the G7, and other decision-making forums. Some of it is linked to historically. It hasn't been always viewed as one bloc that has been representing the 8th largest economy. A lot of times it's about 54, 55 countries, very fragmented, a lot of different issues in terms of poverty, civil unrest, civil war. That has been the narrative when the economists back in 2003 had called Africa the hopeless continent. And that was the narrative that was driving it. But over the last 15, 20 years, what you have seen has been, yes, some of these things still exist. Let us not get that wrong, but you have seen a lot of good governance, a lot of democracies, a lot of wealth creation from African continents, a lot of innovation when it comes to technology. We saw that with mobile money, which African continents like Kenya has been a leader. And so there has been a lot of positive stories that have come out of the continent. And now there's also been a concerted effort to look at Africa as a partner, an equal partner in terms of trade and investment. Today, in the global context, driven by the macroeconomic conditions led by an action which has led to certain reactions, Africa today definitely suffers a lot of these consequences. Food insecurity, access to resources, to liquidity in order to drive our economic agenda. But however, if you think about the abundance of resources, natural resources, some of the countries have some of the world's most precious cocoa. If you think about coffee, if you think about minerals, phosphate, peanuts, etc., that has been supplying to the world. What we need to do is to make sure that Africa is on the map in terms of industrialization. From a trade perspective, it's only about 2-3% of global trade. If you think about a country like next door, like a Singapore, it's a much smaller country. It's 400 our natural resources, where today the value added is being done elsewhere. But if we're able to do more value added creations locally through industries, then we're going to see Africa having a more economic weight in terms of overall trade. So integrating Africa in terms of global trade is something that we are very conscious of doing. I think us having an active role in forums like the G20 today, even though we're a participant, I think over time people will see the value creation opportunities, the mutual value creation opportunities that exist between, let's say, developed and developing worlds when it comes to Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diagne. So let me kind of use that as a means to ask you, William, Mr. Roos, what would you say are the opportunities of the G20 as a multilateral forum and other multilateral forums in a sense, sort of delivering for African countries in that sense, the kinds of things that Mr. Dian has been talking about, value addition and so on. Can multilateralism deliver?
Thank you very much for inviting me. In a way, to answer your question, many elements have already been provided by the Indonesian Sherpa. In these last years, I think we have made some progress together with African countries in order, for example, to improve the sovereign debt architecture. So it's something which has been developed in different fora, but notably the G20, with a very big impulse. I'm thinking, for example, about the initiatives launched during the Saudi Arabia G20 presidency. It was in the middle of COVID crisis, and we first understood the liquidity issue, and we put in place a debt service suspension initiative by all the G20 and Paris creditors. And then it was a short-term urgent answer. And then we put in place collectively, G20 and Paris Club members, a new framework to have a coordinated approach in order to deal with debt vulnerability. So it's just an example regarding debt. And of course, it has to deliver. It takes time, but we are working on that. But we also worked a lot regarding the financial architecture. We had through the G20 and also the IMF board mainly the new SDRs allocation. So a specific liquidity tool within the IMF. And so a very exceptional SDR allocation. And then we have worked a lot in order to improve the impact, to magnify, I could say, the impact on vulnerable countries through channeling SDRs from countries which have the possibility to do that towards vulnerable countries. And we have built together a new fund at the IMF, within the IMF, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. We have also strengthened the poverty, the growth and poverty reduction trust fund. So we have done a lot of things. And just to give you new element, we are working currently at the G20 level, and notably within the working group I co-chair with Korea, the International Financial Architecture Working Group. We are working on the capital adequacy framework of MDBs. In a way, it's a technical point, but behind that, the idea is to increase the capacity of multilateral development banks to provide financing to countries for them to invest for the future.
Thank you very much. So I think it's great to know the progress and the kinds of impacts that G20 can have, positive impacts that the G20 can have on the African continent and elsewhere, of course. But Professor Omiunu, what would you say is a kind of offer from the African side of joining multilateral organizations and being more involved in multilateral organizations? Mr. Dian was talking about Kenya, where I'm from, and M-Pesa, for instance, our experience on things like mobile payments, which were way ahead of the rest of the world. What other aspects, what sorts of things would you say we can actually offer to multilateral settings?
Thank you very much for the invitation to this panel. And it's been very great to hear all the deliberations up to this point about the fantastic work that's been done under the auspices of the G20. With respect to what Africa can offer, in addition to what my brother said, I believe that Africa needs to is seen not just as a rule taker, but as well as a rule maker. And that's not possible when you do not have that access to the deliberations, or should I say the space where these decisions are taken. And as long as that continues to be the case, it's difficult for Africa to actually be at the forefront of the direction that needs to be taken with respect to its developmental priorities. So for instance, in 2021, there was a statement of the finance and economic ministers of Africa. This was in commemoration of the to the IMF director. They were congratulating her on the anniversary of her tenure, and they mentioned something which is very key. They said multilateralism is, for us, is more than just an abstract foreign policy issue. It's about achieving prosperity for millions of our citizens. And that has to be the direction and the focus or emphasis for Africa, the African continent, in the way we engage with multilateralism. I say this also because when we look at Africa's participation in the multilateral fora, there have been two dimensions. So there are forums such as the G20, where there is limited access, and obviously for good reason. The criteria perhaps may be a little exclusive, and in that context, South Africa's involvement and lead as a champion has been very important. But there are other forums where Africa is represented, outside of the finance and the more issues like trade and all that. But even in those forums, there are a few states that kind of call the shots or dictate the direction that is taken. And so in that context, Africa still doesn't really have a voice. So addressing the issues of its marginality or marginalization of the African voice in this areas where decisions are taken that affect them will be important. Talking about the progress that has been made with respect to increasing and enhancing Africa's industrial outlook. If we look at the work that's been done with respect to the AFCFTA, one of the key things that needs to happen next is, and one of the purposes for the AFCFTA was essentially to try and boost intra-African trade. Because if Africa is not trading with each other, if there is no increased activity and productivity on the continent, then that economic clout that is needed to be able to have a significant voice in the global forum will still be missing. We need to build our value chains, move from primary production to more secondary production activities. And so how does the G20 come in, and where should Africa position itself? Africa needs to continue to make that case for necessary support, but support for a development agenda that is targeted on its priorities and takes into consideration the peculiarities or realities that the continent faces. So I think that's the position that Africa needs to be. We need to move from being rule takers to rule makers.
Thank you, and that's a very nice way of putting it. I think that idea of being rule takers to rule makers. I'm wondering to what degree, and this is a question I'm going to put to you, Madam Pollard. Deputy Assistant Secretary Pollard, to what degree do you think, and in fact the Ambassador Dajani was explaining to us in how the degree to which G20 has tried to engage with the African continent, and in kind of sort of progressive stages, to what degree has it mattered to the G20's credibility and kind of legitimacy to engage with the African continent? And where do you see that? Where do you see that moving?
Thank you, Hannah. And let me also say it's a pleasure to be here today. I think you raise a really interesting question, and you know, the G20 rose to prominence, you know, during the global financial crisis because we realized that, you know, the emerging markets were becoming large enough to be able to affect what was going on in the world. And this gets to your point about being rule makers. And I think, you know, as Africa, you know, as it becomes increasingly, you know, moves into middle income and high income countries, that voice will accelerate. And I think, you know, for the G20, it is many of the issues we are tackling now are issues that affect Africa very fundamentally. And you can't just impose a solution without understanding what, not just the viewpoint, but how is this actually going to affect the countries in Africa. And I agree, I think South Africa has been, particularly in recent years, has been a very good voice for Africa. I will say, you know, the African Union that is invited every year, I will, you know, I have to give a shout out to Senegal. Senegal has been very active in the G20 this year. That is not always the case for the representative from the African Union. And I think that needs to change. And I look at, too, you know, the way the European Commission and the European Union work, in that the presidency of the European Union changes all the time, as with the African Union, and so you have a new person. But there's always representatives from the Commission that is there, and that tends to be a much more stable representation. And so, you know, it takes a while to build up not just the expertise, but the understanding of how to make your way and your voice heard within the G20, how to interact in the working groups, how to figure out what are the key issues and work to get those heard, and then to be part of the answer. And so I think if we had a more permanent situation where we could have, you know, very much a double representative for the African Union as an interim, I think eventually, yes, we are going to have more voices from Africa, because I think, you know, another clear point is that there are differences, and those differences are ones that also need to be heard. And so, but I do think, you know, in the immediacy, it will be important for Africa both to speak up, but also to have a more permanent representative there, so that, you know, South Africa has its own interests as well as those from the interests of the continent, and so needs to be able to step back a bit and play a different role.
Yeah, thank you very much. And of course, prior to Senegal, South Africa was the chair of the African Union. So again, that created, in a sense, a synergy, but also now there's a new opportunity as well for Senegal to show perhaps a different type of leadership in this area. Before we go to the question, before we get into the question of kind of how does this representation actually work, and how does kind of stronger African voices, how do stronger African voices in multilateral settings actually get heard and create new rules, reimagine the multilateral system as we love to do. I'd like to ask Mr. Homeku Ajay online, in your view, what do you think is the benefit, and especially kind of also from a sort of civil society perspective, what would you say is the benefit of stronger African engagement in multilateral settings such as the G20? Does it matter to African citizens? I know there's been some delays with being able to unmute and so on. So we'll just give him a couple more seconds. Oh, he's not online. Oh, okay, all right. Unfortunately, there must be some Wi-Fi challenges. He was here earlier. Okay, so then let me, in that case, well, would anyone like to answer that question of what benefits there might be to African citizens? Because I would like this, let's actually open this up into sort of more of us discussing between each other and even responding to each other. And I should also say, if there are questions from the audience here in Bali and also online, please do share them. I'm looking out for them. So please do share your questions for panelists as much as soon as you can. But what would you say would be the benefits? Or William, Mr. Roos, was there anything else you would like to pick up on in our discussion so far?
Yes, thank you very much. Thinking about the so important questions you have raised, it makes me think that what matters for African citizens is that the African involvement is done at different levels. Of course, multilateral level, but also regional level and country level. And just to give you some example, at multilateral level, within the group I co-chair with Korea, we have, of course, South Africa as a member of the group, but we have also African Development Bank, which attends for every meeting, and it's also a way for Africa to make the case, to build with us the rule, and at the same time, the African Development Bank, of course, they benefit from what we build, and they can deliver in the different African countries for concrete projects which are visible for the population. Another example is something which has been created, which was created, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. It's a sort of alliance of public development banks. It is called Finance in Common, and it's a network of public development banks. So not only the African Development Bank, but also regional banks in Africa and elsewhere. And so, for example, the Western African Development Bank, and it's a case of in other countries. And they are working together to share experience, lessons learned from the different tools. Another example of also is what we see within the Paris Club, so the main forum for dealing with sovereign debt issue. We have in this last year, we have always invited other countries to join us, and so, for example, South Africa was part of some debt restructuration we did in the past. For a few years, they were ad hoc participants. Together with China and India. And this year, they decided to become a prospective member of the Paris Club. So it's a way not only to attend, to listen, but also to work with us for specific debt restructuration issue. Thinking about at country level, together with many, including the US, we are working on, a just energy transition package. So it's something we discuss at multilateral level, and then we build that on the ground, and we have done that in the margin of the COP, the COP last year for South Africa, and we have discussing notably with Senegal about how to do that in other countries, and it's a way and it's a real partnership. It's not just, rich countries coming with money and we tell you what we want to develop in a specific country. No, we're working in a partnership mode with Africa. And my last example is about health, of course, in the COVID context. Of course, we had to address some issues at multilateral level. Africa was able to build some specific institutions like AVAX for the purchase of vaccine. And at the WTO, African countries, and notably South Africa, they are very active. And they raise the quite difficult issue about intellectual property right for the vaccine. And it was possible to find an agreement at the last WTO ministerial meeting between South Africa and African countries and the other countries to alleviate the difficulties to trigger the compulsory license. So, and that's the multilateral answer. And at the same time, at the local level, together also with many countries, including the US, we are working on increasing local production. So it's also a concrete example. It is done in South Africa. It is done also in other countries in Africa to have local hub for production of new vaccine. So it's a way to combine the multilateral answer and the domestic answer.
Great, yeah. And I think it sounds like, I think also there's been a great deal more of activity from the African side in a way in terms of coordinating some of these issues and questions and finding ways to put those out so that, for example, multilateral forums, those in the multilateral forums who are represented can pick them up and can take them forward. I want to come back to you, Mr. Jian, in terms of how do you see that going forwards? And do you see, is that something that can be sustained? Can it be strengthened? For example, if, let's say, there was to be the African Union and the African Union Commission, the African Union Chair and the African Union Commission represented in the G20, just like the EU presidency and the European Commission are represented, how would you see that working? And do you think that could, and I don't want to preempt you, but would it accelerate the process and intensify the process of coordination? But also, what would be the challenges of that, I guess?
No, very important question. And from my perspective, it's a definite yes. A lot of decisions, the reality is a lot of these decisions that are taken at multilateral level has a direct or indirect consequence or benefit to Africa. When you're thinking about some of the issues that Mr. Roos sort of mentioned, even on a debt restructuring, they are, of course, it's a good benefit, but then there are challenges. And some of the root cause of these challenges is that if we had been included as part of the process from the very beginning, our concerns were taken into the consideration, then you're going to gain time in terms of the implementation. When we're seeing, let's say, some of the consequences on the sanction, the reason why also we have some food insecurity is also if you're sanctioning some of the, not the products, but let's say the ecosystem around it, and we need the product, therefore we cannot get the supplies of the product in the market. And if the supply decreases and the demand hasn't changed, therefore in order to reach equilibrium, the prices have to go up. And when the prices go up, today we have very little fiscal space in order to deal with that. And though you have to borrow, and if you have then borrowing, then you're artificially going into like debt sustainability. And you're not borrowing because you want to build another road in order to bridge the infrastructure gap. It is basically to do the subsidies that came out of the consequences of a reaction to a particular action. And so that doesn't help our fundamentals. But from the beginning, if we had been included in the process, then you can think about what are the implications in terms of an implementation perspective for the most vulnerable countries. And that's the thing. But then the flip side is, there are a lot of benefits to us being there on the table. And one of the things that has to be done, it has to be Africa-driven. William mentioned the health example during COVID. And I think I want to take that example a little bit further in terms of how it works when, you know, it's a true partnership, and when we drive it, we can really have everybody on board. One of the things that we learned in COVID with the disruption in terms of supply chain is the issue of health sovereignty. Today, in countries like Senegal and many African countries, over 95% of our medicine is imported. And the molecules are very basic. It's paracetamol, so it is more like treating like cough and headaches, etc. They're not very difficult molecules, let's say, to produce or have a lot of value added, which will necessitate multi-billion-dollar investments. They're very easy to do. So when we saw that opportunity, we decided to create our own vaccine manufacturing hub. We call it Project Madiba. And it came from us. It came an initiative from Senegal. And the way in which we work in partnership is once we had the idea, once we had the concept, when we had the political will, which is also very important, we were then able to go to our partners. We looked at France, we looked at the United States, we looked at Germany and says, hey, this is what we want to do. How can we work together on it? And the United States, in this case, has been truly a partner. I want to just call them out on this specifically, because at the beginning, when we did that project, maybe it wasn't obvious in which the role in which the US can play. But the US was able to leverage its strength in terms of innovation, in terms of R&D, in order for them to be able to not only support through $3.3 million, but also what are all the technology capabilities, what are the long-term implications for this to be a sustainable hub. And that, in my view, is a true partnership, which is something that we have today, as well as with France, with Germany, when you're talking also about the Just Energy Transition Partnership. South Africa has, through COP26, there's been one. We're working on it for Senegal today, because the usage of gas as an energy transition is important to our economic development strategy. To give you some numbers, today in Africa, more than 640 million people do not have access to electricity. So they couldn't even follow such a meeting. Imagine a family that is sitting in the dark, having dinner at dark. Imagine the benefits that electricity can do in terms of education, in terms of reading. And we know the long-term implications that the development of human capital can have in terms of wealth creation, in terms of GDP growth. So bringing those people online and basically brightening their day, quite literally, we're going to have more than enough effect in terms of getting us to this industrial level that will allow us to move up the value chain, instead of just being exporters of raw materials, to be moving up the value chain. So we do local transformation, and then we can then export finished products. And today, in terms of the long-term implications of the fundamentals, by 2050, Africa's population will be 2.5 billion. And with 40% of the youth population, if you think about the fundamentals of G20 countries today, if you look at the European Union, their population mix is very different from ours. It's an aging population. So with an aging population, the needs are very different from a growing young population, because a growing young population that is educated are going to be not only the next wave of consumers, but also the next waves of workers. And you need to be able to have workers who can leverage the power of technology, the way technology has been evolving, in order to drive the economic agenda going forward. And so it is a benefit to European, to America, to Japan and China, who have these issues of an aging population, who are going to need human capital to work and to be productive workers. And that is what a value add that Africa can bring on the immediate term. So therefore, on the flip side, you need investments in infrastructure, you need investments in education, you need investments in health, in order for the democratic dividend to play out in the way in which we see it. So there's always value add to having Africa at this table, to have that perspective, to remind us of the long-term benefits of having us there as a partner, and also somebody who can also make the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to come back as well to this question of like, how do African countries actually challenge the rest of the world on these questions? And, you know, for example, is the US ready to be challenged? Is France ready to be challenged on these questions? You know, because they are difficult, and it's not just a case of, you know, some investment or assistance here. It is also about kind of changing some of the rules. But before we get into that, before we get into that, I understand Mr. Homeku Ajay is back online. And I want to pose that question that I had previously to you, which is, oh, wonderful, good to see you there. the question that I'd had for you especially was to what degree do you feel it is important for African countries, the African region, to be better represented in multilateral forums, and does it make any difference to African citizens?
Thank you very much, Madam. And I'm sorry I had some internet problems where I couldn't participate earlier. But I wanted, of course, it's very important for African countries to be present at a table where decisions are being made. But I don't know, maybe this is something that has been raised before, but I wanted to emphasize that in a certain sense, part of the challenge of Africa's effective presence in the multilateral system has to do with the ways in which the internal mechanisms of decision-making in those systems work. So Africa is present in the WTO, in UNCTAD, in the United Nations system. But the dynamics of power play in those systems means that even though they are present, their voices are not heard. Now, if you take, for instance, the recently finished ministerial conference of the World Trade Organization in June, African countries went there comprehensively position that they wanted to put on the table. But the same old situation in which big power politics dominate decision-making means that Africa's voice is not there. So in a certain sense, if we are talking about multilateralism in Africa, we need to also put attention on fixing the ways in which the multilateral sites of decision-making at the moment are not working. Because if African countries are, in the WTO, for instance, African countries are there both as individuals and collectively, and they are coordinated through the African Union. But whatever happens, their issues are kind of brushed on the table. So I think that fundamentally we have to try and shape the conversation about multilateralism in Africa by also fixing attention on the ways in which the decision-making processes of the current systems are not helping Africa. Now, the G20 is an important forum, but if the G20 is going to help redress the questions of multilateralism, it also has to focus attention on just changing the system, because I think that that's an important element. And of course, to answer your question back now, African countries have had the experience of coordinating their views in their positions, as far as I'm aware, the WTO, for instance, in UNCTAD and in many places. And they can only get better if, in fact, the systems will work so that their ideas, suggestions, and positions can be put on the table.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Omeko Ajay. Because, and I think actually that's a very good opener for the question that I was going to pose, which is sort of, is the world ready for challenge? Is the world ready for change? Excuse us. Deputy Secretary Pollard, what's your view?
Sure, happy to give some thoughts on this. I mean, the simple answer is none of us like to be challenged, right? But it is through being challenged that we actually grow. And I think that, we are facing issues where we will have to work together to solve those issues. And part of hearing different voices is that sometimes you realize, even though you may disagree initially, but you come to understand that maybe your perspective wasn't the right one, or maybe someone is offering you an answer that you had not thought about. And I think, the health issue and pandemics in general is key. That one thing I think we all learned through COVID is we can't just close up. And there are some countries tried that, but there are enormous costs to doing that. And viruses do not respect borders, and they spread incredibly quickly. And so we need to think about this holistically. I mean, we have a saying at Treasury that we are not an aid agency. We care about the rest of the world because we understand that if the rest of the world is doing well, it is going to help us. And if the rest of the world is not doing well, we are going to have far more challenges. And your point about Africa being, a increasingly growing populations and economies, Africa is going to be very important to the health of the global economy. And you look at, William raised debt issues where, we really do need to work together to solve this, and we have to think, you have to understand the debtor perspective and not just the creditor perspective. And climate is, again, another issue where, we can't be just arguing as to whose fault it is, because it doesn't matter at this point. The changes are occurring, so we need to think about how can we act jointly, and what do we lose if we just, allow islands to sink or coastlines to flood? What is that cost to our entire ecosystem and our economies? And so, sometimes those who are most vulnerable to these issues are the ones who are thinking about the solutions far more than, those of us who are not the ones that are going to be immediately hit. And so we do need those voices, and we need to be challenged. We need to have, disagreements, and then, but with the idea of understanding that we ultimately need to find a solution that works for all of us.
Excellent. Yeah, very good point. And I'd like to ask Professor Omiunu if you could perhaps, it is an interesting question as to what kinds of solutions can come forward, and what's your experience in terms of, especially for example through the network of Afronomics Law, how is that capacity for coming forward with solutions and kind of coordinating for a position, is that there, and what's your view on how that should be shaped, for example, to input into G20, but also other multilateral forums?
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. I guess the best place to start is to bring us back to recall that multilateralism, as it was envisaged at the Bretton Woods conference, and the reasons for why multilateralism was imperative, hasn't changed. Perhaps we face new challenges that were not evident at that point in time, such as the climate emergency. However, multilateralism has gone through periods of significant challenges, I would say, which has necessitated introspective look at multilateralism, and to ensure that multilateralism is reflective of the changes, the challenges, and the realities we now face. Okonjo-Iweala, the DG of the WTO, put this aptly in April, where she said this, and I quote, she said, the new multilateralism, or she said, multilateralism must be reimagined and made fit for purpose to serve 21st century challenges. Multilateral institutions such as the WTO need to evolve to respond to new realities. It needs to be more inclusive and encompassing not only the emerging powers across the globe, but also expanding networks and coalitions that are now deeply embedded in the fabric of the global economy. The new multilateralism must also have the capacity to listen and respond. And I think that lends to what Ms. Bullitt said earlier on, to listen. Listening is very important in the period we're in. And in that context, back to what kind of solutions can the African continent offer? And what are the practicalities, or should I say, if we're being pragmatic, we are a long way still from being able to have the footing to, or the capacity to engage with at the level of a lot of our developed colleagues or the countries, counterpart countries. And that's a reality, and that's one of the reasons why sometimes it is hard for Africa to actually not just ask for inclusion or better participation, but to actually be able to pull it up. And all kudos to Senegal. Senegal has really been quite proactive and very an excellent example of leadership. So I believe there is a lot for us to learn from countries like Senegal, from South Africa, with respect to being able to muster that necessary political will to galvanize the rest of the continent. Also, there needs to be more peer learning across the continent in terms of both the bureaucrats, the technocrats, and the policymakers about the experiences of those who have already been engaged and embedded in the system, the multilateral fora, to be able to bring that back through capacity development activities. And that's another way in which the G20 can be, it will be very helpful to the African continent, providing those capacity development opportunities that will create the ability or the capacity for African countries to be able to be more engaged in the decision-making processes. Now, for instance, so I belong to an organization called Afronomics Law, and we have also decided to look inwards as to what are we doing, because I think another issue that we've seen over the years is whereby the African continent tends to be looking and, oh, help us, but we also need to find ways to help ourselves in ways we can. And so we've identified that there is a gap in terms of being able to pull together those different audiences and stakeholders, academia, civil society groups, and the everyday citizens, in terms of being able to be more aware of what's going on. Because I mean, awareness in itself, and I think that lends to the question you asked earlier on about what does involvement in the G20 and the activity of the G20 mean to the everyday African citizen. I think awareness is lacking because of the closeness. If you do a quick snap poll across the African continent, asking about what's happening in Bali now, they might not even be aware. And so these are areas that we are speaking to, trying to make interventions in terms of raising awareness about the values and the benefits of engaging in the multilateral forum. And I will also mention that Africa, in a time when multilateralism was on the ropes, demonstrated a lot of leadership, I would say, in its direction it took with the AFCFTA, because a lot of the major industrialized powers were basically backing out of this and heading towards more protectionist stances and more bilateral engagements. But Africa with the AFCFTA was basically, being a touch, light bearer in that regard. But so in terms of solutions, we are looking inwards, looking at the little things we can do, those little adjustments, building capacity at the grassroots. So when we talk about, so I am in the area of international economic law, and we are training a lot of youths on the African continent, bringing them or creating this awareness about issues of international economic law as it relates to and affects Africa. And right now we have engagements in about 4 different geopolitical regions on the African continent, and we are beginning to see this boards and an interest of African youths wanting to be more involved with the African Union Commission, the African Union agencies, and other regional RECs across the continent to be able to contribute to the conversations, to foster intergenerational generational debate, and to be involved in those little simple steps that would help to create or catalyze growth and development in the African continent. So yeah, we all have our parts to play, our role to play.
That's great. That's great. And yeah, a long way to go, but nevertheless, steps and so on. And I would like to come back to you, Mr. Dian, on kind of the road ahead. But before I do that, I want to see if there's any questions from the audience here for our panelists. I'd like to open up if you might have any questions. Also online, just to remind those of you online, please don't just be watching. Please send in your questions and also feedback. Do we have any questions from the audience? Otherwise, I'll continue my chair's prerogative. And of course, panelists, you're also welcome to ask each other questions and feedback as well. I was hoping this is, lively discussion, right? This is the point. Okay, so I don't see any hands up, so I will continue my chair's prerogative in that case until we have some audience questions from online. Look, let's talk about this question kind of next. What is the road ahead? Senegal as chair, current chair of the African Union. You have been very active. It's very clear that Senegal's been very active. You're here at the G20. What do you see as the kind of next steps in this forum in particular, but also in terms of building Africa's voice? And how do you see that actually kind of working through within the African Union mechanisms, for instance? Are there sufficient mechanisms to be able to come up with strong multilateral ideas?
Thank you. It's a very important question, and I would love to hear the perspective of my colleagues who are also on the day-to-day in their respective roles. They can have a very good perspective on this. I think it's one thing for us to advocate why Africa needs to be in the forums like G20, but it's another if our partners are saying Africa needs to be at the G20. And, for us philosophically, that's where we want to be. We do our own combat and war, but if our partners see the value in them independently of what we're saying, then we would have created something sustainable, in my opinion. Then it becomes objective. Then it doesn't become about Senegal being proactive. It becomes about the recognition that Africa's role in the world is there, and we're better off with Africa being there independently of the president of the African Union saying it across speeches and us. I think the first step already here, is being present at the G20, adding our perspective to the discussions. When we're talking about these real issues, how do we see it? And it's a very different perspective from the other side. And, when I commend our colleagues who has this open-mindedness to listen, to understand, to empathize with that, because empathy is a really important lesson in terms of leadership and driving about change. And it's the only way where you can see eye to eye on a lot of these things, is to be empathetic and to listen. It's not always that we're coming in a position to say we want more, debt relief, etc. Those fundamentals are there, but the other side also exists, where we have partners coming to us because they need something that we're providing to them. And that's when you have partnerships. That's when we have these just energy transition partnerships. That's when you have the necessity of creating a regional hub, because that's going to be helping everyone, because you don't want to go back to these supply chain disruptions that have caused the effects that it has done today. So there's been a lot of lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of where do we see our role going forward. So step one is us being here, defending our causes, listening to each other's perspective. I think it is also to continue to tell our story in terms of what is going to be the value add that Africa will have on this. And it's becoming more and more clear. There is work that we need to do. Some of the challenges is not to make it about Senegal, in this case as the chair of the African Union, but make it that so that the next presidency, which will naturally come, it's the same kind of level of proactiveness, has the same level of intellectual capital, rigor, etc., that we are trying to build, so that it becomes a sustainable mechanism. And that is going to benefit everyone in terms of the quality of the discussions, in terms of the easiness of implementation of some of these policies, in terms of the tracking of some of these policies and the reporting thereof. So we want to build something that is going to be beyond our presidency in terms of what it takes to have these thoughtful, engaging, tough discussions as well, given the context in which we're in, but for the betterment of all. And then I would also continue to say that communication is an important role during the COVID-19 in aggregating all of the economic, finance ministers, health ministers, to talk about COVID and how we respond. The African Union, through the leadership of South Africa, was able to have a special envoy in Strive who is able to negotiate the acquisition of these vaccines and have this acquisition of the AVAT trust, which actually we've been able to leverage in order to have this bulk buying in terms of commodity prices. Because today, the reason why we want to think about Africa instead of 55 continents is simple. It's a scale game. If you are able to negotiate at scale in terms of, it's a very different story if you go into a Johnson or Pfizer and say, I need 10 million vaccines for Senegal. It's very different if you say, I want 1 billion vaccines for Africa. Already you have their eyes and they can see the economic potential. So that's why now we're trying to leverage on this scale in order to have economies of scale, so your cost is going to be lower. And then we can work on these mechanisms to AFCTA to bridge the gap so that we can do more trade between each other. And that is going to be strengthening our union, if I can put it that way. So those are some of the things. It's a long road ahead, but we're doing step one.
Yep.
And make sure that our colleagues also see the value in us continuing to do step 2 to end.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a really good segue as well into one of the questions that has come through from online, because that question is almost going to the point about sort of how does in a sense coordination and coming together help. So the question from online is, and I think it's open to any of you and also Mr. Ajay as well. Given the failures in some of the multilateral settings, several multilateral settings, this particular the point that the person online has mentioned is failures on health in terms of vaccine distribution, failures on trade. TRIPS waiver was not what South Africa was originally wanting, and obviously there are also exceptions to the TRIPS waiver, for instance, which have still not been addressed, in particular therapeutics. Those sorts of failures, the person online is asking, how will Africa being in the G20 make any difference? So there we go. Would it make any difference? Any of you willing to take that question? I think I know what my answer would be, but I'm the moderator, so I can't really say. Professor Munir, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it will still make a difference. So I'll give an example from a different aspect of my research. So I also look at the role of subnational government in international relations, international trade, and the rest. So these are actors that are also relegated to the periphery in terms of the way they're conceptualizing international law and relations. And quite recently, or I've always been making the case that they should have more voice, more representation in the interactions relating to international economic interactions. And my argument has always been that most of the impact of treaties and other international trade agreements that are negotiated by sovereign states, the implementation happens at the subnational level. And so these are actors that have to deal with the issues. And, but again, there's always been a case of it won't make any difference because essentially they don't have, that in terms of the capacity of international law to be able to engage in the negotiations, and it won't really make a difference. But then recently, during the Canada-EU negotiations for the mega-regional trade agreement, the EU Commission insisted that provinces in Canada should be part of the negotiations. And it came for a very good reason. This insistence from the EU Commission was on the basis that they knew that any meaningful agreement reached cannot be done without the provinces, because if it gets to the point of implementation, if they do not kind of assent to these terms of the agreement, it's worthless. And so this goes back to what was said earlier on. There has to come from the side of our partners on the side of the world that Africa has a meaningful position or role, or there is something of interest. Now, this may come from a self-interest point of view, but at the end of the day, we know that self-interest is quite a significant factor in international politics or international relations. So, what am I saying? Africa needs to continue to push its value proposition as to why it should be there. Whether or not it will initially make a substantial difference by being on the table, that will take some time. But there's a lot of learning to do. So even if it's all about learning at the starting point, that is a significant reason to be part of, to be on the table. Will the geopolitical dynamics change in the near future? It is changing. But while that's happening, look at the WTO's composition in the first place. You can easily make a case that India now plays a more significant role in the decision-making process of the WTO than it was previously the case when the WTO was formed. So yes, being on the table will make a difference, not in the immediacy, but in the long term it will. So yeah, yes, it does make a difference.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your very clear answer. That's really helpful. Look, we're coming to close to the end of our session, and I'm really grateful that we've also had the online participation as well, and you've all been very frank and very open. I want to kind of put one last question to all of you on this panel, and again, it's really with a view to sort of next steps. If you were to be, kind of now advising, I mean, I know Mr. Jian, of course, you're advising all the time, but if you were advising African leaders and speaking to African leaders, working with them together on the pursuit of greater influence in multilateral forums, how should they proceed, and what kind of efforts should they direct? What efforts should they make for that? What would be the key steps that you see? And I'm going to put that to Mr. Ajay first online, because I know you've not had much chance to speak, so I'm going to give you the most chance to speak at this point. Mr. Hamaku Ajay, are you there? Has he left?
I'm here. Oh, okay, I'm here.
Excellent.
I'm here. It's just the difficulty of muting and unmuting myself.
That's okay.
I'm like Africa. I'm at the table, but I can't have a voice, as it were. But the point, I think that's a very good decision. I think that there are some straightforward things that we have to put forward. Let's start with Africa. African countries definitely have been coordinating and have got some agenda. They can do well in trying to make sure that the agenda that they have aligns with some of them collectively. And whatever we do in the G20 or small groups can only have resonance if you get there. So African countries certainly have to coordinate better, put their issues clearly, but they also, our partners, if we want to call them US, EU, and God, have to understand that the multilateral system will lose all legitimacy and relevance if it continues to behave as though it's a forum for multiple bilateralisms, where individual groups of people take a decision and try to push it on the rest of the people. So for me, the ultimate fix really is how do you get the multilateral system working again in the spirit with which it was founded.
Okay, so that's the task. That's the task for the African leaders, to push for reform of the multilateral system as much as possible. Assistant Deputy Secretary Pollard, I know you will have to leave a bit sooner than others. What would be your advice?
So, I think clearly, it will help serve the international community to have Africa with a larger voice. But I think you know, from my experience working in the G20 and the multilateral system, I would say, you know, one is you do need to speak up, right? You need to let your voice be heard. But I also very much take this point that you need to listen. And I think, you know, one thing that I think, you know, I remember a colleague in the G20 once saying to me that they were very surprised to find that the United States and the Europeans didn't always agree. And we just kind of laughed because, you know, we don't always agree. But I think what has happened over the last 70 plus years is that we have learned that we ultimately need to come to an answer where we all have to give, because individually we are not going to be able to make, you know, the lives of our own people better. We need to work together. And that, I think, is you know, both where we are at risk now in our global institutions and at the G20, is that you can't have one voice. You have to work together. And I think Africa, you know, needs both to understand that, yes, it needs a voice, and it also needs to listen. And I think, you know, and on our side, we need to understand those. And so I think, you know, for the African leaders, yes, you need to push, but not in the sense of, you know, we have a right to be at this table, but here's what we can offer you by being at this table. And here, you know, we aren't just going to come with demands, but we're going to come with what we think could be some solutions going forward. And I think that, you know, when the G20 works well, and there are many examples where it has worked well, it is because we all realize that, you know, we've got to learn from each other, and we've got to put aside our own narrow interests and this sense that if I can do something to get, you know, a win over you, that makes me better. And what we have found out is that makes us all worse.
Great, thank you very much for that. The listening from all around, I think, is crucial. Assistant Secretary Ruth, you being part of the French Treasury, but also coordinating through the European Union and so on, what advice do you have on that basis as well for African countries and representation going forward?
Yeah. Of course, African countries, they know better than us what they have to do. But just as you asked the question about which advice, I think they should reinforce their own institutions. And sometimes we can work together for that, but they have to do that. They have very powerful institutions. I'm thinking, for example, of the African Development Bank, Regional Development Bank. And we talked also about the African Union and notably the Economic Commission of the African Union, very powerful commission. But just to give you an example, if the European Commission is invited in the G20, it's not because it's Europe, it's the European Commission, it's because they have a budget, they have policies. We have decided, EU countries, to give to European institutions some political power. So, and I don't know, you have to decide at what level it is the best to have more integration. Is it at the continental level? Is it at regional level? But I think it's part of what could be improved to have stronger African institutions with where it's not only institution where there are discussions, meetings, etc., but they have also policy tools. They have a budget, and so in order for them also to be able to bring solutions. For some regional development banks, we are France and other countries. We are minority shareholders, but we are ready to provide new money when we have trust in the institution, when we know that it is well managed with a great ambition. We can be part of a capital increase. I'm thinking about the Western African Development Bank. We are working with them to accompany the capital increase. So I think it's a key element. And also, last advice is to use the platform to challenge us. They did that. I'm thinking about when we prepared the financing for African Economies Summit in May 2021. We invited special envoys. We invited a large majority of countries. We negotiated a communiqué together with dozens of to have this work together, and it's a way also to use this platform to be well prepared. Also on the African side, it was the case. Vera Songwe was a very good advocate of African countries, but use as much as possible this occasion to challenge us on top of strengthening your own institutions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Very good practical suggestions there, and I think also the strengthening institutions is definitely one which really really echoes some of my thinking on that as well. Professor Ominio, I saw you nodding vigorously to the point on challenge. What's your advice?
I agree with what William said about developing our institutions. We're also developing common positions. We've been effective to an extent with that. For instance, the African Consensus on Position on Development Effectiveness. We're able to galvanize common position on that. The negotiations relating to the Sustainable Development Goals. We're also able to effectively galvanize a common position on that. And I know that developing common positions on the African continent is very difficult. So if I'm advising government officials, we should channel our energies there. What are the major priorities at the moment? What are the major debates and conversations going on in the multilateral forum? What is our common position? We need to work together to articulate that and have a plan. If we do that and we're able to speak with one voice, irrespective of whether or not we're given a seat, even if it means we have to channel that position through champions, through lead countries, but we need to get our acts right in-house, have common positions on issues relating to climate change negotiations, have a common position with respect to the debt architecture. We need to be successful in the past on that. So let's look to that. Yes, trust me, there are lots of challenges in getting to those common positions. But if we can get to those common positions, it's back to what my brother said earlier on. When you negotiate for vaccines as a single entity as compared to negotiating as a collective, the collective is always stronger. So we need more focus on developing common positions on the major priorities, so that when development partners in the global West is speaking to us, we have exactly where we know exactly where we stand on those issues.
Thank you so much. Very good point. Those common positions really crucial. And we do see that is accelerating. There's more and more of this, but absolutely doing even more. So thanks for that advice. Now over to you, our last but not least, perhaps this is also an explanation of Africa and the G20 as they're off to kind of negotiate the communique, which you also have to head off to help as well. So please give us your final points. What will you be taking, for example, to the African Union mid-year summit
But
which is taking place next week.
Yeah, it is not anything different from what colleagues have said. I think I would break it down between internally and externally. Internally is within Africa. I would say what thing William said and the professor said, you need to strengthen the institutions. You need to be promoting good governance. It's not just because others demand it, but we need to demand it for ourselves because that's what our populations want, that our leaders are being held accountable, are promoting good governance, are very transparent in their management of budgets, etc. Because that, if individually we do that, collectively, we can get synergies out of it, and then it will help also have more common positions. If we all focus on our economic fundamentals, we run our countries the right way by being accountable to our local population, then it'll naturally make the African Union stronger. That's the first point. Then we kind of look at the African Union as an institution. What are ways in which we can strengthen it? Do we have the right commissions? Do we have the right structure? Are we always being responsive to our counterparts with the EU Commission? We have a EU-Africa summit. Those are very recurrent, but then the follow-through, are we following through? We need to be asking ourselves the questions, these, and make decisions on those. So strengthening the African Union Commission, because that's the way in which, if we want to have a strong African Union at these tables, the follow-through after the political declaration and in order to do the hard work, that follow-through has to be there. And that's what is going to sustain these things. If we have obviously the seat at the table, then you're being consistent into the common points. It's about being consistent. You're repeating the same message across different venues. It then becomes very ingrained in people's minds, and you're always very consistent in not only the logic, but also the rationale and the way in which you're defending it. I think those are, and then externally, I agree with the point in terms of pushing the reforms, but it's difficult to do from the outside. And you have to be inside because you don't know what is driving the way in which some of these things are being structured. So you need to understand that. It goes back to the listening, it goes back to the different perspective to understand how we can make this work. So one thing, for example, that we've been pushing in terms of a reform is on the OECD reform in terms of export credit agencies. So today, for example, if you want to build a train or railroad, that asset can last 50, 100 years. But the financing you get is only 10, 15 years. So, and if you're doing projects in energy, 60% of your cost in energy is just the repayment of the debt. So if you're able to have more long-term financing, then you can have a rate that is going to be more affordable and people can then buy it. So in order to have these reforms, and what we're pushing is to make sure that we can have longer-term maturities. We can also need to bridge the gap between perception of risk and actual risk, because the OECD, the countries take the floor that the OECD sets in terms of the insurance premium that is being paid. And we believe is very high compared to other, but that's also based on these built-in perceptions. And sometimes these built-in perceptions is just a perception of the individual country's governance, institutions, etc. It's all perception, but the more we can demonstrate good governance, accountability, etc., the more that perception is going to decrease, and naturally it will be reflected in financially. What are the interest rates we're getting? What are the maturities in which we're getting when we're doing some of these deals? So there's a lot of work that we need to do upon ourselves as Africa to say, not only that we deserve to be at the table, but we can follow, we can hang, we can play the game, and we're there for the long because we have behind the scenes the institutions that can do the work, that can carry it from point A to point B. And then once we're inside, we can see how we can propose creative solutions and be a partner in coming up with solutions instead of always talking about problems, be part of the solution, problem solvers, because that we have the capabilities to do that. So that's what I would say. That is a message we've been advocating and advising.
Thank you very much. Very comprehensive, internal, kind of regional, and also the external. And I think that's really, really helpful and very clear. We began this panel discussion with a kind of observation of the African continent being the 8th largest economy in the world. I want to finish the panel discussion from the audience. I want to finish it by reminding the Agenda 2063, which is the African Union kind of development plan, in that Agenda 2063, the ambition of African leaders is to be the third largest economy in the world by 2063, if not earlier. And I think only by engaging with international institutions, in multilateral institutions, shaping the world, reimagining it, is the way to achieve that. It will be a difficult journey, but also, I'm sure, a very fruitful one. So I wanted to say thank you very much to all of our panelists. Thank you to the audience here in Bali and also to those online for your engagement, and look forward to continuing this conversation and hopefully seeing this discussion and our conclusions reflected in the Indonesian presidency and the communiques that come out going forwards. Thank you so much for your support, everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Hannah Ryder, for being a moderator for this session. Okay. I'm sorry, sir. Would you please be on stage first, because we will have a photo session. Just a second. Thank you. So for all speakers, please come forward to the stage. We will have the last photo session for to end the seminar. Welcome, sir. Mr. Nishan, Bapak Tauhid Ahmad, Ibu Mei, Bumika, Jeff, of course, you have to come forward. Chenyan? It's such an honor to have you all the speakers and also the moderators in this program. Please let me know when the camera is done. Okay, I should count. 3, 2, 1. Once more. Okay, thank you so much. As the photo session has ended, it's also a sign that our seminar is also ended. So thank you so much for all the speakers, all the moderators, and also all participants, and as well as the committee. Thank you so much. See you next time in our other agenda, and have a great day. Thank you.